Hey there, Rem PCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem Alternis, and today we'll be chatting with award-winning editor, author, and media tie-in writer, Jennifer Brozek. We have a fantastic giveaway as well of a copy of Catalyst board game Parachute Panda. Type hashtag RemPC in the chat for a free entry to win. The drawing will be done at the end of today's episode of Emerald Glitch called System Reboot, coming up right after Rules of Cool. You can also get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. In Rem Alternis news, though, we've got Rift Zone Contact coming to Kickstarter soon. A revolutionary war game for everyone. Boosted Reality is melding reality with AR with their Rift Zone Contact mobile application. Playable anywhere with nothing but minis and mobile devices, the seamless control combo of app and minis simplifies miniature war games, eliminating rules and calculations and making them more accessible to everyone. So check that out. Find the Rift Zone backer kit link in chat. Second, discover Exit Vector, a high-velocity aerial combat game by Vector Tridents, a proud veteran-owned company. Dive into your favorite cyberpunk adventures with their rules-agnostic game system. Crafted by experienced veterans, Exit Vector offers a thrilling mix of realism and excitement in a minis combat game that can sync right perfectly into your RPG. Join up and take your gaming experience to new heights with Exit Vector, live on Kickstarter right now. Link is in the chat. Now, it's time to get right into our conversation for this week. So stay tuned, Rem PCs. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome back to you, Jennifer. You've been on the show before, right?
Once before, maybe twice before. Once by myself and once with a group.
Yeah, it's been 2 years of Rules of Cool, pretty much. I think it's 2 years on like April 21st or something like that.
Oh,
so
congratulations! That's
thanks.
great.
I'm just realizing that now. So wow. But I always love having you on, and it's been a while. So I definitely want to reintroduce you to our audience. So Jennifer, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, as you said in my introduction, I'm a full-time author, editor, and media tie-in writer. What that basically means is I'm neurotic as an author, and I don't understand neurotic authors when I'm an editor. And then I have to listen to my editor when it's media tie-in writer stuff. Like I did a SarnaNet interview recently where I admitted that at one point John Helfers told me to do it his way and to suck it up. To be fair, I didn't realize that the entire interview was completely candid. I didn't know they were going to actually take just the transcript. But that's okay. If you ever want to know how I am when I'm really excitable.
That's really funny. I'm trying to imagine John saying that, because sometimes he'll dish it out, but usually he's so upbeat and encouraging. And
he is. But John and I have been working together for over 10 years now.
Wow.
And he's edited for me. I've edited for him. We've both told each other to suck it up when we need to. Occasionally I say I kick him in the shins to get something done on time, or the polite way of saying, it's on fire, John. It's on fire.
Yeah.
So as a full-time professional in the publishing industry, either I'm heads down or I'm telling somebody something is on fire, get it to me, get me the thing that I need.
Awesome. Welcome back to the show. And just because it's been a while, I'm going to ask you the same question that I did way back then, just so our audience can get a feel for our favorite question here. which is, what is your history as a gamer?
Okay, as a gamer,
Mhm.
I had to delve back deep, deep, way back in the long, long far ago.
We,
And
we've archived those memories.
I went and realized my first gaming experience was in 1982.
Ooh.
In Fort Dix, I played D&D with my brother and his friend. That was the first time I ever played the game. But I started playing regularly in a regular campaign that I wanted to be at in the 1990s.
I love the idea that in 1982 you played with your brother, but then you're like, the game I wanted to play in when I actually wanted to be there.
Well, so okay, I was 12 years old at that point, and I had a
Fair.
crush on his friend, so I was willing to. I mean, I was willing to
Roll that charisma check.
and it was fun, and I remembered that. And so by the time I was in college, I was actually very lucky. My college game was half women players, gamers, and half guys. So I didn't actually realize the disparity between male and female gamers until I went to the college gaming club and I walked in with a handful, I mean, an armful of D&D books. And the room stopped, and from the back, somebody said, "A girl?" And I'm like, "Why, yes, thank you for noticing. Is this the gaming club?"
It's so sitcom.
It was, but it's a stereotype for a reason. But then, of course, they were like, "What's that go mean?" And I'm like, "To hit armor class 0, do you ask everybody who walks in this question, or is it just me?"
Yeah, thanks for the hazing.
Yeah, it was a very interesting thing for me to discover. So gaming regularly, I started with D&D back in the 1990s, and then it was everything from D&D to Star Wars West End. Then I did played a lot of Vampire, a lot of
Awesome.
Vampire LARPing, a
Awesome.
lot of Cthulhu, Call of Cthulhu, Cthulhu LARPs. What else did I play?
The only like LARPing I've ever done, I was in a short film, and then I was also in that was about LARPing, and then
Mhm.
True Dungeon. That's all I've done. Do you like, was that part of your journey into nerddom and writing and
I've
everything?
never actually been in any of those movies or been interviewed for that, but apparently I have a merit called plays well with parents, um, works well with authorities, because whenever the cops would show up at the LARP, I was like one of the people that they all would like go talk to them, and then I had business cards, and I'm like, here's our case file. No, we are not, and this is in San Jose by that point, we are not a gang of people trying to murder people in the car park. I mean, fictionally we are, but I don't mention that part to the cops. I'm like, we're doing improvisational acting in a continuing storyline.
So I think it's funny that you're the face of the LARPing community, and you now because you play well with authority, and yet you're a Shadowrun writer.
Well, okay, so I don't LARP anymore because I am 53, which means I don't want to start gaming at 10 o'clock at night.
Fair.
I have to admit my spell slots are much more geared towards daytime hours.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how I started gaming. That's what I started doing. I'm in a couple of games right now. D&D games. I'm in an Eberron Twitch game on
Ooh.
Arvin Elrond's channel.
We love him.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
When
And
you when you play that, by the way, just for my own, I mean, for the
usually
audience.
we play on Saturdays. The next time we are playing is scheduled for April 13th. We play, uh, so my time is we start around between 4:30 and 5, so that's Pacific. So
4:30
7:30,
7:30 Eastern.
yes.
Okay. All right. Noted. Um, we both show up on Arvin Elleron's Twitch channel. So if you guys want to follow that, it's twitch.tv/Arvin Elleron. I'm on once a month on Tuesdays from 9 to midnight Eastern. And we voice act text-based video games, which is a ton of fun. So
That is amazing. I
shout
love
out
that.
to Greg. He's fantastic. You should
Oh,
follow
he's so
him
much
and all
fun.
of his things. Yeah. Well, As I got off on like tangents there because the
In
fun.
other words, I'm an OFOG, old fart of gaming is what I used to
Oh,
call it.
fog. I have never heard of that.
At this point, that's old school.
I love it. I love it. Awesome. So let's talk a little bit more about, the fun side of gaming and the industry and stuff like that. What are some conventions that you like to go to?
Well, I have home conventions like NorwestCon and Crypticon.
Ooh,
I have the industry convention, Origins Game Fair.
I love that
That's
one.
a pretty good one, and I am going to that one.
Oh, yay. I'll see you there.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I actually am going to be bringing pretty much all my Shadowrun and all my BattleTech to that convention
Cool.
because I will be in the author's alcove,
That's
and there will be
awesome.
a bunch of Catalyst writers there too,
Oh,
like
cool.
Brian
Good.
Young. And I think Philly will be there. Let's see. Gen Con is my favorite of the conventions. And I'm not saying that just because it's this Twitch channel. Gen Con is where I did my first signing. I co-wrote a book with Ed Greenwood for Margaret Weiss. I don't know
Ooh.
if it was Sovereign Press at the time, but it was for Castle Morn. And Ed Greenwood taught me how to sign with fans.
It taught you how to sign?
So it's this whole thing where one, he taught me not to use my actual signature
Okay. Yeah, that's
because,
that's that's important.
two, not to write too long because your hand's gonna fall off.
Cool.
Three, when somebody comes and gushes at you, how do you take that in and let them tell you about their character, whether you want to hear it or not? How to accept the fan enthusiasm gracefully.
How do you do that, Jen? Tell me Ed Greenwood's secrets.
Uh, oh, well, I could tell you the story he told me, and I don't, but
I don't know
it's
if
an
it's
Ed
Gen Con
Greenwood.
appropriate if it's come from
It's an Ed
Ed
Greenwood story.
Greenwood.
So basically, he
Okay.
was like, we are building worlds that affect people's lives, and it is only natural for them to want to gush about how they have taken what we have given them and built upon it. And I enjoy that, so I work with it. I cannot tell the story. It's probably not PG.
That's
Actually, it's definitely not PG.
we'll save that for Catalyst channel because we talk about Shadowrun on there. We can talk about other things. We'll do that another time. I just got to play the creator of Eberron, Keith Baker. I just got to play in a Buffy RPG with him on Gary Khan's channel, so that was a lot of fun.
I just recently got to play in a Buffy game, a limited Buffy game on Shadows of Nox.
Awesome.
It's called the Broken Hearts Club, and it's a 5-episode mini series, and it's actually now on YouTube if you want to watch the whole thing.
Need all the Buffy, more Buffy in our lives.
Nox. I got to play a psychic who is an outcast, but suddenly she has a bunch of new friends who are keeping her dying.
Cool. Oh, yay. Cool. All right, so Gen Con, any other conventions you love?
Love. Well, I was a guest of honor in a convention called GothCon in Gothenburg, Sweden.
Ooh.
And that was such a lovely convention, and I would love to go back. They have it where they fill out forms from the government to get the government to pay for the guests of honor. And that convention was just so sweet to go and meet all these people. And from there, I ended up at TrackCon, which is Finland, which was my favorite one because I got to convince a room of 300 gamers that I was a foreign witch from across the sea, and I was going to do something terrible to a name that I had convinced that they write it down and put it in. They accept my token. I accept their sacrifice. It was fun. I got to teach them the difference between terror and horror because I was teaching about how to write scary things, how to make the ordinary terrifying.
Nice. Cool. Oh, that's so neat.
Yeah, I haven't been to this one yet, but I will be guest of honor, guest of honor in CanCon at Ottawa later this year.
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
neat.
there are so many conventions I really enjoyed. Gamehole Con,
That's
Leprechaun.
Game Hole is one of my favorites. It's in my top 3 maybe.
Yeah, that's such a relaxicon.
Hmm. It's where the industry goes to actually play. Yes, there's the networking. It feels very intimate and small, but you're gonna like run into everyone there. Like you're gonna run into Matt Lillard. You're gonna run into anyone.
Monty Cook and
Yeah, Monty
Shannon
Cook is there.
Germain.
Like if you want to go find someone to pitch a game to, that's a really great one for networking. And True Dungeon is even there, even though it's so small,
Mhm.
just because they love that con so much. And I love the energy at that one.
Yes.
Cool. So let's switch over to writing.
Okay.
When did you first start writing?
I started writing professionally in about 2000 because I got told I couldn't do it. I was just a dreamer. And so I kind of virtually kicked down Blackgate magazine editor's door, Don Bassingwaite, and I was like, you have reviewers, game reviewers, and not a single one of them is a woman, and women play games, so you need to hire me to review your games. And he, bless his heart, said, you know what? You're right. I'll give you a shot. And from
Cool.
there, I started writing for Campaign Magazine, and then I started writing fiction for Campaign Magazine. And then the first time I started writing um, for role-playing games, I did it for Sovereign Stone under Margaret Weiss, and I wrote Holy Order of Stars and Time of the Twins.
Ooh,
So I wrote on those games, and
neat.
that editor introduced me to Sprite, who was running Catalyst Shadowrun, Rob
Ooh.
Boyle. And the introduction was, this is Jennifer. She's one of my best freelancers, and she loves Shadowrun. And before that was out, Rob whipped out a business card, handed it to me, and said, contact me after the convention. I was just
Oh,
like, all right. And then I started proofing in, I think, 2008. And by 2009, I was writing
that's
stuff
awesome.
for Catalyst, the fourth edition of
Ooh,
Shadowrun,
okay.
and then Seattle 2072. I live in the Seattle area, so I got to write a bunch of that stuff because I live in the area.
Now, last time we talked, you were telling me about writing for the Shadowrun video games too. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So, fun fact with me, I actually was the night test lead on the 1992 NES Shadowrun RPG game.
Cool.
Uh,
Best job.
I I found a bug in the very final boss battle, that kind of thing. But I wrote on Shadowrun Returns for Harebrained Schemes because one, I live in the Seattle area. Two, I know Shadowrun. Three, I've written for video games before. I wrote on Ion, the AAA MMO, and so I went in. I met Mitch Glittleman and Jordan Weisman, and Jordan literally was building a table while we were being interviewed. And then at one point, as part of the interview process, Mitch is like, okay, I need you to write a second person opening sequence for this game that you don't know anything about. But here you go. And I looked at it and I looked at him and I was like, I am going to get paid for this, right? Because if I'm going to be writing an opening sequence for your video game and you're going to use it, you're going to pay me.
Yeah.
And he had this moment where he was like, well, yes, you will. Charge 2 hours for the writing and charge 2 hours for the editing that we're going to make you go home with.
Cool.
And that's how that started. And so I wrote or rewrote almost all of the dialogue in the first Shadowrun Returns video game.
Oh,
And that was
wow.
lovely.
That's so cool. Ah,
Yeah, it was fun.
yay.
It was fun.
Awesome. So much Shadowrun. So much.
Yes.
So that's kind of your origin story for writing. Is there any writer or writers that have heavily influenced your writing?
Oh, absolutely. Susan Cooper. I'm going to go old school because remember, I'm old. Susan Cooper was like formidable. I actually found her while I lived in Belgium. So that that series, The Darkest Rising, opened my eyes to what reading and writing could be.
Mm-hmm.
So she is always one of the pivotal foundation moments.
Cool.
Stephen King, Neil Gaiman, Joe Clayton,
Cool.
um, Asimov, um, going a little bit more up to date, Seanan McGuire, um, Fonda Lee, um, gosh. Oh, most recently, I want to become Wale Talabi. His work, see, Shigidi and the Brass Head of Obophilon is one of the best books I've read all year. Like, I
Oh,
mean, it is amazing. It's been up for like all the major awards too so far.
cool. Okay. So I'm going off book here.
Yeah.
Desert Island. What
Yes.
are your top 3 books you're going to take on Desert Island with you? That's the only 3 you'll read for the rest of your life.
The Stand. Does it have to be a single book or can it be a series?
Single book.
This guy, The Stand. I am gonna say Sandman because I have a single volume of the graphic novel.
Awesome.
See, I'm thinking, what's the biggest book I've read recently? But The Stand. Yeah.
Tyler, while you're thinking, Tyler, I want this question for all of our authors. I love this question now. This is my new favorite, and it's going to be my new reading list every time I talk to one of you.
Oh God, what? Actually, it's a nonfiction book, Alone in the Wilderness
Ooh,
by Dick Prenneke.
I haven't heard of that. Tell me about that one.
It was about a guy in the 50s and 60s who decided that he was done with society and he moved to Alaska and he built his own log cabin. There's been a number of PBS stations about it. He would film the local wildlife and send stuff back to family and friends. He's very old-fashioned, but he also shows how to build everything.
Ooh,
Like hinges made out of wood. It's amazing.
cool.
So
I mean, great for Desert Island too. So
I mean, if you want to go fiction, my third fiction book.
how do you ask a writer to choose?
I can't. I'm okay. I'm just going to stick with those 3.
Okay.
Because The Stand is super long and pivotal. The graphic novel is huge and gives me a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to. I mean, oh, I gotcha. I can do the omnibus of the Darkest Rising series.
Ooh.
That's a single book.
Okay. Loopholes.
Well, here's the thing about being a writer. You should know what the foundational rules are so that when you break them with a purpose.
Sure.
So you have given me the rules and I have figured out my foundation.
Well done. Golf clap. So this is kind of a maybe 2-part question, or you can answer one or the other. How would you describe your writing style, or how has your writing style been described by other reviewers or whatever?
Generally, people call my writing very entertaining and effortless in world building. I don't know if it's effortless because it takes a lot for me, but I tell a good story. I'm not going to be that person who writes the next great American novel. That's not me. I want to entertain you. So I tell good stories that are fast-paced and interesting.
Having read your books, I'll agree with that.
That's basically where I want to entertain you. I want people to come away entertained. And if I have done that, I have done my job.
I have this difficulty, and trust me, I have a point. I'm not sure I'm going to get there. I have this, like, when I watch a new TV show, it takes like mental energy for me to start something new, because I'm like, I need to like invest in these characters and I need to give a crap, and it's going to take me time to get there. And it's the same thing with books sometimes, where it's like, if I read a first chapter, do I care about the characters right away? What's going to keep me wanting to turn the page or pick it back up the next day, or whatever the case may be? And I will say that having read Makeda Red and Elfin Black, I did immediately become interested in the characters, the situation that they were in or about to get into, and the goals that they were
Mhm.
kind of starting to set up for
I
themselves.
tried to make it accessible, especially what my young adult of Shadowrun or my young adult of Battletech. They're designed to get people into the world without feeling the heaviness of 35 or 40 years worth of IP behind it. Get people interested into it, and then they can start looking up all the rest of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So when did you first start working with, I think we talked about the transition to Catalyst, because
Yes.
Shadowrun 4 was with Catalyst, right?
Yes.
It was after FASA days.
Yeah, I don't think I ever worked with FASA.
Okay. So let's talk about the kind of writing that you've done with Catalyst.
So to begin with Catalyst, well, I started writing, what they call the fluff in source material.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote one of the big long rigor stories. I've written a lot of the little stuff in the books. But then I started writing novellas. I started with Dockwagon 19. I had always wondered why nobody wrote books about the high threat response teams. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
when you play Shadowrun, when Dockwagon gets or Crash Cart gets involved, your Shadowrunners either desperately need them or desperately need to get the hell out of the way.
Yep.
There's no two ways about it. And I was like, why don't we ever write stories about them? So I did, but I did it from an outsider's perspective because I was again asked to bring in an audience who had never read Shadowrun before, because I've
Mm-hmm.
not beyond Shadowrun, I've written an urban fantasy series called Karen Wilson Chronicles. I've written, I don't know if I'd written the Last Days of Sultan Academy by that time, or the Melissa Allen trilogy, which is horror or sci-fi thrillers. Then so I wrote it from a ride-along perspective, and the
Mm-hmm.
main character's perspective was the TV host.
I love
And
that.
that one, if people want it in hard copy, is in Sprawl Stories Volume 1. So
Awesome. Cool.
yeah,
So you've done the Dock Wagon story. By the way, do you have one of the new Dock Wagon mugs that they made?
no.
You should get one of those.
Well, I'm very picky about my mugs. If they don't
Fair.
feel right, I'm not gonna do
They've
it.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
I think last Gen Con, I was basically offered any mug I wanted, and none of them felt right
They
in my
didn't
hand
feel good.
because
Okay.
um, I am high functioning autistic, and I have dyslexia, and I used to have a speech impediment, and I had a lot going on. So I have learned that I should take the thing that actually feels comfortable, and if
Good.
it doesn't, leave it behind.
Good. Good for you. That's healthy.
Yeah.
So we talked about Dock Wagon 19, and
Yeah.
then the next one was Makeda Red.
Yes, the next one's Makeda Red. I still got the old cover on it.
I haven't seen the new cover.
Well, the new cover has the new logo with the
Oh, okay, yeah.
yeah.
So it was Shadowrun 5th edition years.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I have this on the old cover. So I wrote Makeda Red after I wrote the short story that made me want to write her. Oh, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, you're
Oh,
still
that's
here.
good because I just lost half my hardware on my desk.
Oh
As long as you all can still hear me, we're good.
no.
So it's okay. Uh, it's okay. I will deal with it after the interview. Learn to
at least
pivot.
at least there's concern there. Everything
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, the husband's like, oh my God, what happened? Because I haven't, I won't say I'm hard on things, but I am very gesticulatory and I slam things down and one thing hits one thing, which hits one thing. And so that's kind of what happened there.
So we were talking about Makeda Red.
Yes, Makeda Red came after I wrote the short story for Shadows of World of Shadows. I wrote
Okay.
a direct homage for Casablanca, and then I fell in love with the main character. Her name in that story is Rune Red, and
Okay.
this novel is the backstory, is an homage to Casablanca's backstory, which I did
Ooh,
some research on.
cool.
Uh, Yay, Shadowrun editions. Got distracted by chat. So then I wrote, I think I started writing the young adult novellas in the middle of that before I wrote Elfin Black, because Elfin Black was the tarot anthology.
Oh, really?
Yes, John is based around the moon card.
Ooh, I'm writing that down too.
Yes. Yeah, because his story as a privileged talismonger, I was just like, I really want to write more about him. And then it was like, if you've got somebody richer than God, how do you make him, put him the screws to him? You do it with a more powerful man, his patron and his father, who hate each other.
Yay!
Yay! So this one I'm very pleased with, because it details out a lot of the Snohomish area which is kind of is outside of Seattle, but it's in the Seattle region.
Yeah.
And
I didn't bring this up when we talked the other day, but one of the details that I love that you put in Elfin Black, and I think that I'm not sure if I'm making this up or you told me this at some point, but at one point they're sitting in the car watching these kids just like walk. And they're all distracted and not paying attention to where they're going because they're looking at their comm links. And it's like the equivalent of when Pokemon Go came out and no one was paying attention.
No, I'm gonna actually here. So actually, there is an augmented reality game called Ingress, which is the precursor to Pokemon Go from Niantic, which I used to play in. And we would used to drive to Snohomish to farm for resources.
That's so funny.
Very specifically why I wanted to do that. And so I made up an entire game called, I think I called it Touchstone or Thunderstone or something along those lines. So that, because in the Sixth World that the AGRs are amazing. And I had teenagers from one of these books in this book, because I cross over everything in all my Shadowrun, who got very excited when John's like, what are they doing? And so they started explaining it.
That's so funny.
And yes, it is actually very much like Pokemon Go, because it's Pokemon Go's hipster uncle.
Love it. Awesome.
Yes.
Cool.
So I did that on purpose. And yeah, it was, I was in like, I actually wrote a novella for them, and because I'm a media tie-in writer, which they did not put out, except that was like 8 years ago. About 2 years ago, they started putting pieces of the manuscript into the game.
Oh, cool.
But by that time, it was the third lore team, and they did not know Jennifer Brozek was a real person. So suddenly, I had people hunting me down and going with pictures going, I have your manuscript. Tell me about it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I had to go on to social media and be like, guys, this is a thing that is happening. I'm not certain if the current lore team for Ingress is aware that I am actually a real person. So and then so I have friends on both sides of of Ingress. There's the enlightened, and then there's the bad guys. Who are the bad guys? Who are the blue guys? I can't remember who the blue guys are.
Okay.
Because it's been so long. And I have friends on both sides. Let's just resistance. Thank you, honey.
Oh, yay.
So resistant, I have a resistance friend who actually is friends with the lore team and like she stays involved. So she was able to contact them and be like, did you realize that this person is actually a real person?
Right
They're like,
here.
oh, no, we weren't. And so we got in contact and I'm like, so what do you want me to tell these players? Because I will LARP. I will LARP in any game and be like, do you want me to send them the manuscript? Do you want me to tell them I have no idea. So, yes,
Awesome.
JD Betters is the husband, the honey.
Awesome.
Yes.
Cool. So you took us through to from Makeda into Elfin Black, and
Okay.
then the newest release that just came out a few weeks ago
Mhm.
is Auditions. Um,
Auditions is made up of 4 young adult novellas. We started with A Kiss to Die For. And John was like, this is great. Everybody loves this. Can you do more? And in the middle of me thinking about the next one, see how she runs, a novel opened up around the young adult novellas. So yes, if you have bought the individual novellas, they are in here, but there is a throughput line now that
ooh,
explains why these characters, what they are auditioning for. And
cool.
there is another story in there. And think of this as 4 seasons of a favorite TV show. And the next book that is coming out is called The Mosaic Run.
Ooh,
And it will be out, I believe, July 1st.
cool.
Yes.
So Mosaic Run is next.
Yes.
Now, I've been having so much fun talking about you. I've been losing track of time, and so I want to make sure that we
Okay.
can get to the big news. So
Okay.
let's stop Shadowrun as much as that hurts me to say, and let's go over to BattleTech.
Okay. Battletech. We've got
The books.
No Books, Iron Dawn, Ghost Hour, Crimson Knight. I don't have a copy of Nellis Academy because it might be downstairs.
Oh, okay.
But Nellis Academy was its first, and it's the one-off. And I think it's the BattleTech book that I was most brutal in.
Oh no.
Oh, I will break your heart in a thousand pieces.
Oh, okay.
You should, if you've never read it, if you
I
want to
haven't read that one yet.
one book of
You're gonna just get a text from me at some point in the next several months that's just gonna say you beep. I'm not gonna say it on Gen Con TV. I'm being good, but like you'll know what
you know
that
what?
means.
I see when somebody buys the Karen Wilson Chronicles, I know where they are in the book by what they're yelling at me about. Well, thank you, honey. This is now so
Okay.
yeah, John and I have actually been talking about doing a re-release in the same size as the other battle texts. And we've actually talked about another story that a short story I could add to
Cool.
put into there. Um, but this was my very first battle tech. Written in 2014, first on
Okay.
Battle Corps, and then was wrapped up into a novel. And this was the book that I was like, I will never write mechs or romances. And guess what? Now I have written both.
Awesome.
Yes.
All right. So, and then from Nellis Academy, it was Rogues Academy.
It went to the Rogue Academy trilogy. Because again, I do young adult because I like writing teenagers because they're both ridiculous and they are I grew up military, so they're the ones that I write about are a little bit more mature. Yes, they still don't really think about their consequences, but they at least give them a passing glance.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I do this, this will happen. Okay. And
I'm
then
gonna do it anyway.
yes, the true cost of the consequences that adults think about these days don't happen with my young adult. And so Lauren Coleman told me he wanted uh, Red Dawn meets Iron Eagle. And I was like, I'm on board because I know those movies and I enjoyed the hell out of them. I can do that. And thus Iron Dawn was born. And
Cool.
the entire novel, the reason it's Iron Dawn, Ghost Hour, Crimson Night is the entire trilogy spans a two-week period. In
Mm,
fact, the last book is 24 hours.
cool. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
All
it was
right.
24 hour. I literally had to map out where everybody was every single hour of 24 hours.
Oh, so it's basically like the 24 TV show, but
Mhm. Yep.
cool. Cool. That's neat. I like that. All right. So, anything you want to, I know we didn't give as much time to Battletech. Anything else you want to leave off with before we get to the main event?
Right now, I keep being asked about writing more BattleTech, and right now, it's not it's not contracted, but Sarnanet gave me an idea of how if they would let me continue the Nellis Academy story, I might do it in a series of novellas or of novelettes,
Okay.
maybe do it through Shrapnel, and then wrap it all together into a
Neat.
single novel. But
Cool.
right now, I'm contracted for 2 more novels with Shadowrun, and that has to take precedence.
Sure.
Plus, I'm also editing 2 Shadowrun anthologies that will
Awesome.
come out this year. So I'm a little busy.
Busy, busy, busy. That's good thing. Good thing.
Yes.
All right. Speaking of busy,
Yes.
not only are you doing all the Shadowrun ever, but you just launched a new Kickstarter. What was it? 2 weeks ago now?
No,
A week and a half?
it was last oh, it is like a week and a half now.
Yeah.
It is a week and a half. I launched it on the 26th. It's called Dear Pen Pal, Belgium, 1980. You might notice that I've talked about Belgium. I've talked about being there in 1980. It is basically a cozy ghost story about escape tunnels, ghosts, and adventures. But it's told over 24 letters, physical letters that I send from me to you 2 letters a month.
Oh, cool.
It is exactly the kind of project you absolutely could not sell to New York. My agent and I had that conversation, and she was just like, not even. No, maybe if it was a novella, sure, but that's not there. I want because I lived in Belgium, because I lived in a 300-year-old manor house that had a backyard the size of a football field that was protected by an 8-foot stone wall, and I have pictures to prove it. And if you get a certain package, I will show you those pictures.
Awesome.
Um, uh, a lot of very interesting things happened to me and to the rest of my family in Belgium. But by and large, I was a latchkey kid, Gen X, military brat who spent a lot of time alone in that house with her siblings. Both parents worked on base. This place was a good 25, 30 minutes from base.
Okay.
So, and it was literally the biggest place I've ever lived in my life. I realize that today. I've never actually lived in a place bigger.
Hmm. And so you had all this space, and so what inspired you to start like writing letters about your experiences in this particular house?
Well, so I've been on a declutter recently, and one of the things I have a personal sentimental drawer, and one of those was a binder full of letters that I have received from pen pals over the ages. I received a bunch of them when I was in boot camp. I received a bunch of them. A military brat will move anywhere from every 1 to 3 years. So you learn to make friends very quickly, but fairly shallowly.
Mm-hmm.
The older I got, the more I got interested in trying to keep those connections. So we would write to each other for a short time, and then those letters would kind of fall off.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and there's something interesting about the ephemeral nature of letters that is both as public as a postcard and as intimate as a journal entry.
Mm-hmm.
And you get to hear stories about a person's life weeks after it's happened, but you also get a continuation of stories that were told to you over many letters, and it's just continuing. So the stories are these beautifully rambling things that tell you what was and what is and what might be. And we don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
There are people today who do not understand the joy of just receiving something in the physical mail that's addressed to them, that's not a bill, that's not spam, that's not political, but is a story. It is a story from a friend. So I know February is Letters Writer Month, but that not that many people do it in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. I love that that was like a really important concept to you, that you didn't want to take that any other direction but to have that uh give your backers something to look forward to in the mail
Mhm.
each month, and give and build those connections and those stories, and tell your story with some fictionalized elements and stuff like that.
And I
But
will mention that if the Kickstarter happens to go up while we're on stream, Rem has agreed to do a happy dance, and I have agreed to do a happy dance too.
I got to
So
bring up the Kickstarter now, because in case it does go up, I got to be watching for it.
yeah, it has not. This is like the first day since the convent since I opened the Kickstarter, the number hasn't gone up.
And
But
that's a
it's
great
to be
sign.
expected. It is to be expected, but I'm so hopeful. This is one of those passion projects that I just really want to do this. I couldn't sell it any other way. This is the only way I can get this project out. Um, and
And from what I remember us talking about too, like, if this does well, and when you're done, like, you call it Dear Pen Pal Belgium 1980, because there could be different ones in the future,
yes,
right?
there could be. And, this one's very specifically delves into my history. Future ones don't have to do that.
Mm,
Future ones can, uh, I can make up wholesale, or I can go and talk to friends of mine to the different places. Um, Maybe it will be Dear Pen Pal, Seattle, 1984.
cool.
Or maybe I will talk about Dear Pen Pal, Pennsylvania, in 1984, or Waynesboro, or so I lived in a very small town called Waynesboro.
And this project, yes, like, adults will get enjoyment out of it,
Oh
but
yeah,
you designed it for
absolutely.
a young adult, right?
It is middle grade appropriate, as in
Oh,
there's no language problems. Um, there is no real on-screen violence. It's one of those things where you can share this with your uh oh, hello, puppy.
yeah, Kip's mad.
Yeah, you can share with your grandkids or your kids and enjoy the story along with them. And interesting, a lot of grandmothers are very excited about this. And I'm just hoping that more people get into it. I mean, I do have a couple of big backer ones, the top
Yeah,
packages.
yeah. Tell us a little bit about those.
So let's see, is it the haunted house calls? Is that what it's called? It's called yes, haunted house calls. This is the one where I am giving 12 one-on-one call along with everything else that you get for all the other packages. I'm doing 12 one-on-one calls with a person to talk career management, to critique their work, to maybe I'm going to run co-writing sessions for your writing group. Maybe I will be teaching a class for a series of homeschool kids. This is a chance for you and me to figure out a 12 episode thing between us. If it can be gifted to minors, though I would prefer that, an adult be somewhere in the background while if I'm perhaps mentoring a young writer into,
Mhm.
you know, helping them write their first novel. Or uh, I talked with a couple of spouses at NorwestCon where they were like, could I give the letters to my son, but then give the mentoring to my husband? And I'm like, yes, absolutely. You could give the gift of mentorship. I mean, I've been doing this for 17 years straight.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been, if I don't know the answer, I know someone who has the answer. Um, and I teach a lot of classes on project management for creatives, better self-editing, how to break into media tie-in writing, all these things. So that's one of the ones that it would be very cool if that one went, at least one of those got picked up. There's only 4 of them because my time will be limited.
Hmm.
But otherwise, um, I really want to get to that first stretch goal too.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell us about that one.
I've got to sneak. So you get if we get to the first stretch goal, every single letter gets a coloring page with it. Drawn and designed by Elizabeth Guizzetti, who I have worked with before, and she pulls an excerpt out of each letter, and then she draws something for you to color.
Oh, that's cool.
And this happens to be the escape tunnel I'm not supposed to know about.
That's awesome.
So it's there, they're there, we're ready. Like, oh, all 24 letters are written and have been edited multiple times and will be edited once more because time and distance have passed now. But I'm so pleased with these that I really want to be able to give this to everybody.
That's awesome. That's so cool.
As the first stretch goal. Everybody gets coloring pages.
Well, thank you so much, Jennifer. I know we're getting close to the top of the hour here, so I
Yes.
want to be able to wind things down here. So please, I know Tyler's going to put it back in chat. If you haven't yet, please go check out the Dear Pen Pal Kickstarter. It is live now. There's still 20 exactly days left for the project, and it's 72% funded, I believe. So congrats again on how it's going.
Thank you.
And where else can people find you and follow you to keep track of what you're working on and what's coming out?
Well, I do have jenniferbrozek.com. That is my general page. If you want to talk to me on social media, I am most active on Blue Sky,
Okay.
and that's just at Jennifer Brozek, the Blue Sky. And then you want to meet a cat?
Yes, always.
This is Mina. She's my beautiful, but not real smart one. And then I'm also on Facebook. I'm on the other social medias, but I'm most active on Facebook and Blue Sky. Hey,
Okay.
you want to look? Look there. There.
Aw, pretty kitty. Hi,
Yeah.
Mina.
She's very pretty, but she ain't very smart.
Aw.
Every cat owner has the one that's going to take over the world and the one that's a beautiful idiot. She's the beautiful idiot.
So is Lilu the one that's taking over the world?
Lilu is 100% diva and will absolutely take over the world. And I do have an Instagram, which is Jennifer_Brozek, which is mostly cats, except right now there's a little bit more on the Kickstarter going on, but it will return to its mostly cat status here shortly.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Jennifer. And thank you, everyone, for joining us for this conversation.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Yeah. And thank you for being here. But you don't go anywhere because we will be right back. Hey, everyone. Thank you so much again to Jennifer for joining us. And thank you all for being here. Don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway of a copy of the board game from Catalyst Game Labs, Parachute Panda, where you have skydiving pandas that are trying to avoid being eaten by the alligators waiting below. Thank you to the team at Catalyst for donating such a wonderful prize. Type #RemPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And don't forget to get your bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. All funds help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. So thank you all for joining, and we are on to today's episode of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch System Reboot. See you next time, RemPCs.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols uh in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off. That way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
She says spell like 92 times. Spell, 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 spell,
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Hey there, Gen Con TV watchers. Welcome to another amazing episode of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch. I'm your host, Max, from Original Box Set. We have an amazing show for you tonight. It is April 4th. It's showtime for this show, and if you've been watching us, you'll know we don't plan anything. But at the same time, we at least plan to show up, so that, I mean, there's something, right? Now, I know you've come here to see some stellar action played out in a dystopian world of magic and cyberware, like last week, where there was like this plane flying and magic spells and swords and... I mean... Tonight, we have something even better. What? I don't know, because when I wrote this, I was doing it before I had a chance to actually talk to my players and find out what they wanted to accomplish. In fact, all I know at this moment is that's while I was writing this blurb, because I know differently now, is that Arcole and Convoy are looking to consolidate and move in together to save money. Because, you know, that's what you do when you like someone a lot. You move in with them to save money. Now, before we start, Amber, what do we have to give away tonight? Stop talking, wait for Q, and stare at camera and smile.
Oh my god, Max. Well, thanks for asking. For tonight's giveaway, you can drop a hashtag RemPC in the chat to be entered to win a Catalyst board game Parachute Panda. Our winner will be announced at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. Now, you can get 7 additional entries if you subscribe to Gen Con TV today, and don't forget that for every 100 bits you donate, you get another entry. In addition to donating bits, those do things. For 100 bits, you can give one of us a nerf to use. That's an additional 3 dice we can add to our rolls. For 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. You can even give them to Max if you want to. And yeah, that's what I got to say about that. Thanks, guys.
Give them all to me. Give them to me. Because that's like, you should. You really should. Where did my chat go to? Where's it? There it is. Hello, people. Who called me evil? Share with you. I share with you my mug.
Because you were right. Good for calling him evil.
To be fair, I do think you should give Max some edge, because a lot of NPCs and drones do not get edge. So.
They don't. They're kind of starved. And I mean, I could just be like, they have edge, but why? Why? I can just be like, there's actually 4 more drones than there was beforehand. Where'd they come from? Oh man, I don't need edge. I have the ability to just make as many things as I want.
See, Godhood is going straight to his head. Don't give him anything else.
Yikes.
So, yeah, it's at the start of the game. I want to kind of give a moment to bring back into full swing. The time at which we started was the end of winter going into spring, and based upon like the time frame at which I've been tracking for the purpose of the game, which, you know, earlier this week I was like, I don't know where we're at. Are we at like 150 karma? And right before the show, like, we did some math and it's 155. So I mean, yay, I'm on track. So I guess maybe I've done this once or twice that I have an idea what's going on. We're getting into the point of summer, and in 21-23, unlike where the normal Shadowrun 6 world is at, is like 2085, whatever you generally play in, or in the world that we're in 2024, they have had hotter summers. Why? Because this is my little soapbox for a minute, so please bear with me. It goes somewhere. We are not long-lived. Humans aren't. So we don't see great changes the way that a tree would. Or exactly the entire Simpsons series. They're going to be around well long before us, well, long after us as well. So the Simpsons themselves will see great changes in the world that we will never be able to see. Elves, on the other hand, dragons, and some of those long-lived dwarves will definitely be able to see the changes that take place in that dystopian future. And so for the point of view of the players who are native to the year 2123, summer is just always this hot. But as we move into those summer days, we'll be able to kind of reflect, like we did in the beginning of the season last year about this time, when we started with Nova having opportunity to reflect on some of the things that she was used to, like when she went to the library. It wasn't necessarily what she was looking for. It was a library, but just not the same. So summer has come in, and one of the problems with the summer, and to you guys would probably easily share with her the fact of it just changes, the rain. Normally the rain happens 9 o'clock at night, 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. Every night, a rainstorm. No questions asked. And then on Tuesdays and Thursdays at, everybody remember?
Oh.
2 p.m. to 3 p.m., there's a short thunderstorm. Boom. But when the summer hits and it starts getting really sweltering hot, those midday storms, they get cut back. Water issues. It gets too hot. The water is too hot. There's too much. It just doesn't work out. Machinery to controlling the weather just doesn't work out. And the storms that come at night, they get cut back even farther. Instead of starting at 9 o'clock, they don't start until midnight, and then they only run to 2 a.m. So Seattle gets into some nice little heat waves, about 118. So hang on a second. This is, of course, in Fahrenheit. So for any of you who are not used to the Fahrenheit scale, I apologize. We Americans like to do things weird, like measure things in the size of a giraffe. But roughly, the summer times for Seattle. Tara, your face is red. What?
You've never seen the one like that? That pothole's the size of 3 dishwashers. I'll send you memes.
NASA released a paper describing an asteroid the size of a giraffe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That.
Okay,
great.
but I will die on the stand that Fahrenheit is a better way for humans to measure heat just on like a regular day. Fahrenheit's the way to go. 0 degrees. 0 degrees cold. It is 0.
And the
cold.
reason why is because when Fahrenheit was creating it, it was based on humans, not on water. Celsius is based on water. Fahrenheit was based on humans.
Which makes sense if you're doing science. Don't do Fahrenheit if you're doing science.
Well,
It's a
I'm so
terrible
sorry.
thing to do.
Sorry. I as a scientist, it just happens. I can't help it. Sometimes it just comes out of my mouth. And so the summers generally get to be about 118 all the way up to 136. And so for my friends in Australia, they're going like, that's normal. Yeah, not for up here. So calm down. Our Cole, you have had to spend more time somewhere else because the river that normally runs underneath your hideout, your place, is gone. As soon as the summer hours start to hit, that water just dissipates, and that's part of the big cooling for your place. So definitely during the summertime, either want to get an AC or move in with somebody else. So, what is that beeping noise? I know you guys can't hear it. Something on my computer is making a loud beeping.
It's me sending memes. I'm
That's
sorry.
Amber.
The cops have caught me.
How is it so? Why are you so loud? Anyway, so keep sending your memes that I don't get to see because I gotta run this game. We are at the garage hideout. The bay is open, and if you can imagine, this is part of an overpass that has long since been taken out of commission. Part of an old pay by toll kind of highway that was decommissioned or maybe never finished, and there was a construction site built into the actual building that got decommissioned as well, turned into a great little hideout. And so all surrounding this area is a construction site that is still kind of used. On the far side, there's piles of sand and concrete and bricks and whatnot, and every once in a while a vehicle will come in, but it's never comes this far away because there's like grass grown up to about a good 1.5 feet plus, and there's normally a gang or two that dash in and out of the area that kind of not necessarily contesting space with convoy. They're just there. You stay on your side of the old construction yard, we'll stay on our side of the old construction yard. So we're in the bay itself, with the door open while Mama Bear has getting some maintenance. Even in the far future, vehicles need maintenance. And our Cole, you haven't had an opportunity to hang out at convoys when this heat wave kicked in. And so the two of you are in working on Mama Bear. You're getting a chance to like figure things out, see how the vehicle works, get a bit more hands-on experience. Grouse has expressed that this is good for your cardio, being active. But there was like this sound you heard nearby, but all you can pay attention to as we kind of like segue into this scene is the fact that there is this wavy lines going across that baked sand parking lot outside. And like the whole horizon has a variety of like weird bands of light, and you cannot stop sweating at all. That's all you can really kind of pay attention to. So pull yourself into that moment where you're just like sitting there and you're doing stuff with Convoy and you hear something, but it's just like on the distance of your mind. Convoy, you've asked for the 3/4 open and close in wrench at least twice now, and Arcole is either having heat stroke or daydreaming, and you don't know which it is.
Slightly out of character, Max. That's my secret. I'm always sweating.
That's gross.
Good for you, man. Self-awareness is important.
Man, it's hotter than Georgia asphalt right now. It's the pool is boiling.
Where's Georgia again?
So Georgia's in between Florida. It's the Gulf. It's a Gulf state, you know. Like okay, well, you got the. Let me see if I can do this right here. Am I doing this the right way? No. Yeah, like that. Okay. So Florida's here. Georgia's here somewhere, right?
Why do you need a wrench for that?
What? No, I was just saying.
Needed...
That, no, those are two different thoughts, Arkell. Why don't you sit down?
No. I'm all right. Mama Bear takes priority right now. God, do you hear that? I don't. Do you? How do you not hear that? What do I hear?
It's a ringing sound. Comes in, it goes out. It goes in, it comes out. You know, just.
I can share senses. Because I've been able to share smells. Can I share what I'm experiencing, or is that just?
As you mean like through the whole weird magical touchy thing?
Oh no. Well, because I shared.
Are you talking through your? Through your like, your tech, right? Yes, you can key him in and share like a video feed because everybody has those devices, save unless you didn't get those elected surgeries. So yeah, you could.
Got it. I'm gonna shoot him over just all of the wobbly vision.
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
the wavy lines and the
Sure. You do see heat and whatnot rising off the pavement out there, but you don't hear anything out of the ordinary, um, except maybe a bit of crackling noise in his little like whatever receptors inside there picking stuff up. Um, but I'll go ahead and if you could roll me a perception, I think that sounds like a great way to kind of segue into this. At least 2. Yeah. Inside his little visual display, there's also a biometrics. His body temperature is like over 105.
Yeah, man, you need to go. You need to go sit down now. And I'll call over Willie. Willie, can you get some water? Just room temperature water.
Yeah. All right, so Willie will go off to grab a cup.
No, dude, I don't need that. That stuff gets expensive, man. I don't need all that. I'm all right. I'm all right.
Listen, it was only a few months ago that I took my first aid training, and you're clearly suffering from the effects of dehydration. So I just reckon you better sit down, take a break.
But
drink some
Gross,
water and don't drink some water and don't drink it too fast.
Gross said that it was good for you. The more I sweat, I'll be able to run faster, and you get that right.
Here's what we're gonna do, and I will send over control to my my worker drone, whose name I am forgetting at the moment. But he's the one that is specifically made to help build tools and looks like a hydraulic pump jack, and it has a little arm that helps fix. And I will send that over to him so he can sit down, sip water, and still help.
Sure. So you get a chance to control this drone while Convoy, who seems to have a little bit more stamina for this. Is this your first summer in Seattle?
Oh, you ask me?
I'm asking our Cole.
Yeah, no. First summer where I, first summer outside.
There you go.
It's pretty much just, always been air conditioned.
Living in a bubble. So
yeah, man, I'd turn up. I'd put the temperature down, but in a space this big, it don't really matter much.
I just, is it this hot every year?
You think this is hot? Shoot, Drag. If you've been you've been down in the cast, man, then you'd know some heat.
And just thinking about a heat more intense, our Cole just goes ahead and gives in to the drone, just sits down, drinks himself some water.
all right. So as you two are maneuvering in the garage, doing things, and just kind of like having this experience, Nova, you are currently with your ID and at work in Emerald City. So you have, and this is unbeknownst to Amber. You've been promoted to a shift associate manager.
No. Okay.
No one told you it was going to happen. It just showed up on your badge one day, since they have a digital display.
They
were
learned.
promoted. Yeah,
They learned
just
not to tell me anymore.
They just promoted you, which basically said that whenever you're on shift, you're the one in charge. You're the one who answers to, customer complaints or fixes problems. And The Emerald City location is actually kind of nicer because the people who come in are ruder and have less to do with you. For the most part, they just interact with a bunch of the machines that are on site, and leave you the heck alone to do whatever it is that you're to do. And a lot of the times, it's a drone that comes in doing shopping for somebody else. Like, really, they don't even come in here. They send a drone in.
God, I love the future.
Shopping. So there's little to no customers. Also, this site's really good because there are no vampires. If there are any vampires, they haven't came in and messed with you. They're, not Nosferatu. They're just kind of like, hey, I just want to have a blood cola. So it's probably mid-shift or something for you, and you're enjoying the AC, of course, inside the building. Being on Emerald City, it's jacked up, so it's not as bad. The wind blows when you get outside, and it's not as hot, but once you get down to the ground, the heat is definitely there. That whole lie about heat rises, it's not true. It's all down to the ground. Who knows what is that about? And the front area has just gotten a new display setup. Oh, forgot to mention, the next best part of your job being the associate shift manager, you're given responsibility of telling a drone to do work for you. Like, you don't even have to set up displays. You get the drone out and say, drone, follow these instructions, go put up that display. Like, that's like the level of responsibility you have. Right?
Oh my god, incredible.
So the drone, and the best part about this, the drone's as nearly as incompetent as the teenagers they hire to do the job normally. Almost as
No, it's
incompetent.
worse. No, it's worse.
Because the teenager will at least backtalk you or ignore you. Drone won't ignore you or backtalk you, but it still doesn't always get the instructions right. Even if it's like the IKEA instructions, it will screw it up sometimes.
Am I allowed to fire people?
No. Ooh. Not unless you've given them at least one verbal, one written warning. You can't do it on the same day.
This stinks.
You can't fire the drones also.
I'll
So I'm
just turn
saying.
them off. I'd probably do a lot of these things on my own.
Okay. So would you use a drone to set up the stand I'm about to describe or not?
Nah, I'd do it.
All right. So Nuggy
Are they
bars
good at cleaning?
with the drones?
Yeah.
No.
No. This is a dystopian future. Okay.
Nuggy bars. Nuggy bars are a type of high protein chocolate peanut butter combination bars. It's not real protein. It's not real peanut butter. It's made from krill. And the chocolate is like a soy kind of substitute, but nonetheless, these things are fantastic. And so you are building this display model. There is some sort of sensor device that got hooked up to it, batteries that's got to be put into it. It's got a matrix projecting thing that it does, as well as some sort of hollow 3D thing that it projects all the same time. This is a giant cardboard stand. Requires a little bit of an engineering degree to put together. Do you have skill of some type that might help Nova put together such a technologically advanced piece of equipment?
Yeah, I have engineering.
Sweet. Let's get an engineering roll. I need at
God.
least 2 successes.
We'll see what happens.
5. This thing is fantastic. It's really well put together as you're putting it all together, and the instructions are really well written, and not having issues. had another stand that you were having issues with, but you were letting the drone put it together, and needless to say, that one is a mess. Every once in a while, it has some sort of like swinging arm thing. It's like this cowboy dude that goes, ha, 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 selling those Aries gummy bullets, the ones that will put fun in your mouth.
Oh.
We've got the new brand coming out called 50 Cal.
Taste
Rainbow
of danger.
Fun. Taste of danger. Load your mouth up with some
Oh no.
gummy delight.
Remember
50
when
cal.
they banned candy cigarettes?
No. Candy cigarettes still exist too. But anyways, this mechanical cardboard arm has assaulted customers, both drone and actual live customers, as they come in, and it wasn't your fault. You didn't put it together. Another employee worked with a drone to try to put it together, and they failed miserably. So you're getting this hologram together when the door sounds behind you, letting you know that someone has stepped into the stuffer shack.
Welcome to Stuffer Shack.
Techno Siren, that's the response you get, as she seems to be occupied by stuffing a shelf of filled with pseudo snack bars.
Ooh, yum! Are you getting the new flavor?
Oh,
Hi! And I come over to you. Look at you! What are you doing?
I'm working.
This is cute.
Someone has to think so.
Finally found you! It's been really hard. I've been trying to walk by, but it's always kind of busy around here. And I've been busy. But what are you doing later? We should go to the water park. I'm just saying.
Water park?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I could go to the water park for sure.
Yeah, great. When do you get off?
I checked the time. In 3 hours.
Ooh, all right. Great. I'll be back then. Or should I hang out? Is there anybody else here? Are there other people in the store?
There's another drone in the store. That's it.
Let me see. Max, what would happen if I just locked the store and left?
If you don't activate the security, people and drones will probably try to get in. And when they're not able to get in, they're probably going to activate and utilize the inner drone that will then do shopping from the inside of the building and bring it to this little sliding drawer that goes in and out of the building. They might resort to that. They might resort to trying to break the door down. Not that they could succeed. Most of these people probably get stuck in a wet paper bag if you threw it over their heads, because all of them, they don't even exercise. But for the most part, at some point, the next incoming shift would see something. Like, you might get demoted. Who knows what tragedy will befall your epic career if you don't stay and work for 3 more hours.
You know what? Give me 30 minutes. I have a plan.
That's the way.
And I call our Cole.
This
Sorry,
is our
I was
Cole's
I was
phone.
playing
How can I
with.
help you?
Yeah, no, our Cole is slumped, just dealing with, at this point, finally having water in him and just being taken care of by a drone.
Hey Max, I can give them like a guest pass to come up, right? Since I'm an employee.
You could give them guest passes if they worked with you, but that's about it. But that's what Techno Siren has been working on.
Yeah, I think it might be time to test those credentials.
So do you show off the credentials?
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing. I don't know if we might have to. Do I have them? Did we decide already what they're doing for the whole show? We did, right? That
Yes.
was a long time ago.
We have someone is to be the camera person,
Yeah.
and that's going to be the rigger.
Right.
And one person is going to be, and the Sams are going to be carrying heavy equipment, and our Cole was responsible for like sound, lighting, and stuff like that. So basically, that way you can put a light on the source and take good pictures, and he'll be controlling another set of drones.
Yeah. I mean, we already made those decisions. I would have put in the requests right away, and I got the job approved, so...
You did, and it's just been a while, like, jumping through hoops. And then finally, you got the work IDs necessary. So we're going to assume that these work IDs have been tailored to fit the IDs that you guys are going to use when you come in.
Oh, yeah. So I, like, hear you all talking about needing passes, and I just, like, pull them out of my pocket. I don't know where the pocket is. It's, who knows? I don't think you could tell either. And I'm just, like, dangling, like, 3 little badges. I'm like,
Amazing.
I have us covered.
Too good. So I'm gonna start a group chat, and I say, rescue me from Stuffer Shack, fun times at water park, let's go.
I'm gonna hear water park, and it's still 3 hours before her shift is over, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna go in and edit her shift for the day.
Legally
without
or illegally?
Ooh.
I mean, I was gonna suggest something else. I need you
Suggest
to
away.
loop the cameras to make it look like I'm just sitting behind the desk doing nothing. I'm gonna go into the bathroom and wreck the toilets, and we're gonna have to be closed because Emerald City Stuffer Shack does not allow these terrible conditions.
Exactly. Water
Yeah.
flooding on the ground? How terrible.
I'm gonna flush. I'm gonna stuff it with toilet paper and flush until it's all over the place.
Before that,
Sweet.
I'm gonna say that
I'm
Arcole
destroying the
hops
place.
over the comms from his stupor and goes, "What? Water park? Are we going to a water park right now?"
Yeah, I mean, man, we could use a break. Now's good time as any. We gotta try these out sometime.
Oh, thank goodness. When can we go?
Well, whenever Nova's off of work, I reckon.
When? When is that?
Well, that depends. I think that's entirely upon you and Nova.
I'm getting Nova. I'm getting Nova repped in.
Hey,
Hey, when are you?
There's
off?
a lot of sloshing noise behind her.
3 hours from now.
Oh, am I getting some interference? I didn't hear that.
Oh, I'm trying to wreck the toilets so that we have to be closed because they don't let rich people come into flooded stuffer shacks. So I need you to fix the footage to make sure that they don't know it was me who destroyed this bathroom.
Okay,
Right.
got it. And that's
Sweet.
just edit file or
That's just an edit file. You're going to need to do a cracking, followed by a second cracking. The first cracking is going to be probably a 4. The second cracking is just a 1. Nova, I need you to roll a single d6.
And
I'm
I
looking
am
for you to roll the number 1.
and I am assuming that both of these roles can factor into hacking
Yes.
the specialty in cracking.
You ply a bunch of paper towels into the toilet, and the machine itself dynamically whirls up and sucks down the toilet paper wad.
Oh, please don't make that sound again.
Future toilet is indefeatable by your wattage. That's not with a T, that's with a D.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do an unarmed combat roll, and I'm going to break it
You're gonna break the toilet?
and break the toilet. That's the only way. If it won't clog, it's gotta go
Well, no, it's a
somehow.
super toilet. You didn't use enough.
Enough?
Yeah, it sucked it down. Like it went a high vac position and just it down.
I throw the entire roll into
But
the
it
toilet.
seems to be resistant to the softness of toilet paper.
You gotta put
need.
the bars. Put the protein bars in there.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not getting caught. Okay, and I go and get the protein bars. I shove them in the toilet.
Okay. Roll a 1, a 2, or a 5. You clog the toilet. 1 protein bars in their
Win.
thick gooiness expand upon contact with the water. The swirling turns into some sort of grinding sound that sounds like a dying motor. Before there's like a whirling and smoke coming from somewhere, and then water just starts spewing out the back of the toilet like a vicious possessed child.
It's got to be the
Techno-
nougat.
Techno siren. All you hear is me shout, "I won!" through the bathroom.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
Cool.
All right, let's go. You can
I
ride on the
messaged-
back of my bike.
I messaged my boss. We have to close today. Unsanitary work conditions. Toilet is kaput.
You remember her name?
Boss lady.
No, yeah, well, she was the young lady who got you the job. Anyways, she immediately responds back, "Oh my goodness, that's so terrible. Not a problem. We'll send a repair drone right away to take care of this. Don't get any customers." And like, she just starts texting and spamming you. She sends you a quick video footage of her being concerned for your safety. That's poopy water. Don't be in there.
Okay.
She's-
Well, I'm just gonna leave then.
Safety first.
Have a great day. I'm gonna go to the water park. Hope the next shift works out, and I leave.
Okay.
And then I'll go ahead and resume that footage. Just from her leaving the counter.
Mm-hmm. All right. How are you two, Arkle and Convoy, going to get up to the water park? This is the Whimsyland Water Park, by the way.
Yeah. I guess I gotta get to them first, right? To get them their credentials, and then we gotta cross back.
Yeah, so you'd
Over?
have to go down. You can either take the the highway on your bike and head down, or you could take the train, which is going to get you closer to where they're at, and then they can just drive back up on Mama Bear.
Oh, well, but we can also put my bike on the back of Mama Bear. I don't know, Nova. Do you want to ride on the train or do you want to ride on my bike?
Oh, you want me to go down there with you?
Oh, you don't have to. No, that's fine.
Yeah, I think I'll stay up here where it's cooler.
That's fair. That's
Not all of us should suffer.
totally fair. In that case, I'm 100% taking my bike. I'm just gonna ride.
Excellent. All right, the wind in your hair, the bugs in your teeth. It's great.
Cool. I got a cool helmet.
Oh, the wind on your helmet, the bugs on your helmet. The ride is great. It doesn't take you long to catch up to the rest of them. They are at a meeting location. I don't know if they would be the garage or whatever, but you guys get together and then go up to the entry station, basically the waypoint into the Emerald City, where you give them their 2 working badges.
Can we? I have this really. I really want to imagine that they were driving and I just like drove up behind them and that I could like drive onto the moving car. Could I have done that? Can that be the thing that I did? And then I just need that to happen. And then I like get off my bike and I go, "Hey!" and I like jiggle the little, and I go, "And this one is for you, and this one is for you, and this one is for Steel Tiger, but he's not here."
He's he's still recuperating. He was just in kind of some rough shape. Convoy has some drones working on him, I think.
Oh.
No
No.
drones are working on him. Convoy has his own dude whose name you'll probably met him at some point. It's a Altiar, a doctor named Altiar.
Okay.
Anyways.
Well, put this in the. Will you put his in the glove compartment, please?
Yeah, I can hang on with that.
Thanks. Okay, let's. Hot. What are we waiting for? We're still. Okay, sorry
No,
about that.
we can let's yeah. Well, let's head on up.
All right.
Our Cole, I got an extra pair of shorts here for you. I think somewhere.
He will gratefully take the shorts, not taking off his hoodie. Go, thanks, man. Thanks, man.
All right. Tara, your PMax, what was her name again? Because I don't have my cheat sheets right now.
Dawn.
Dawn whispers into your ear and goes, he recently suffered through heat exhaustion. You can see the look on his face. He needs to drink water. Or at least take one of the hydrate pills.
Sounds more. Hey, buddy, have you had any water today?
Convoy gave me a lot of water. Well, his drone did. It was a very nice drone.
Willie gave you water.
Willie, wasn't he a drone? As he's about to pass out.
Yes, and yeah, he's not doing great. I gave him some water. I told him to lay down, take it easy. I figure some time in the pool
Will be
might be nice
really
for him.
good. Yeah. Okay, we'll step on it.
All right. Drinking some water, cranking up the AC. You guys drive up the highway, get to the little waypoint station on the side of the Emerald City. As you've driven up into the sky, you park, get out, grab your things and whatnot. Arcole, you've had a chance to recuperate. And you get up to the turnstile. There are probably about 5 overly armored dudes here at this turnstile. They're within distance. You can see them. There's at least 6 or 7 more who aren't overly armored, and they're just trying to hey, welcome to the Emerald City. Come on in. Just scan your badge. Hi, how you doing? Great to see you again. You're being super friendly security guards. And so the moment arises, who's going to put their badge up first?
Me.
All right, yours passes automatically because you live here.
Well, I know, but I'm gonna increase their credibility by going first and
All right,
being like.
You beep it, and the security guard goes, hey, welcome back. Come on in. And then he looks to the 2 friends who've come with you. Are you guys going? Got a good composure? Are you guys hesitating?
Now, Convoy will go. Convoy steps up. He is wearing swimming trunks that are a little too short for his legs because he has such long legs. And he always wears jeans, so his legs are about as white as they could possibly be.
So they're same color as Arcole.
Yeah, and then the top of him, however, his arms are very tan from about, here down. But the rest is just white.
Classic.
And he's still wearing a cowboy hat.
Arcole has a mission in mind right now. He is following up right behind them, putting that badge up.
All right. So let's just do a composure check from you 2. Because you're unarmored, unweaponed, and if this fails in any way, shape, or form, those heavily armored dudes are probably going to pound you into a pate.
Now, I'm going to ask this before I roll. Does a composure dice pool of 11 sound out of this world?
No.
Okay, thank goodness.
I'm not sure mine is correct. What is composure made up of?
Willpower and charisma?
Oh, no. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Bam. All right, Arcole, you are super confident. You're moving forward. You've got this. You've got this. A lot of things running through your mind. You're worried about. But then, Convoy, you move up, and for whatever reason, as you're you flail for a moment trying to get your ID to go into the slot, and it just as you're doing that, one of the security guards, the big beefy guy, kind of like talks, moves, his hand slides up to the hilt, the handle of his Colt Manhunter, and he just like twists his helmeted head slightly, and that's it, man. Just that head to the side movement and everything just sends so many like emergency like warnings through you, like just trying to get it into the slot. You can't. It's just not happening.
I'll use I've got 2 edge. I'll use them to change one of those 4s to a 5.
I love using edge.
Just to be like focus a little bit and just, you know, get it to
You
be.
grab your hand with the other hand and you go and slide it into the little
So
slot.
normal.
So hot out. Can't think.
Honestly.
All right. Guy looks down. Ah, great. Thanks so much. Looks like you guys are going to Whimsyland. A fun place to be. It's going to be a little bit crowded because it's hot today, but don't forget to pick up your complimentary towels and delicious ice cream krill bars.
How much is the ice cream?
Oh, it's free. As much krill ice cream as you ever want.
He rushes on over to the stand.
Well, the Whimsyland is a distance away, and we'll get to that
Oh.
after the break.
But first?
But first, what? Oh. Oh, yeah.
But later.
You want me to tell
later.
people?
We're going to a 5-minute break.
Hey.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And We use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
1.
Hi everyone, welcome back. And let me tell you, for tonight's giveaway, drop a hashtag RemPC in the chat to be entered in to win for a chance. Hold on, it's been a while since I've done this. My bad, everyone. Let's roll it back. We're giving away Catalyst Board Games Parachute Panda tonight. And to enter, drop a hashtag RemPC. Our winner is going to be announced at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. You can get 7 additional entries if you subscribe to Gen Con TV today. And don't forget, for every 100 bits you donate, you get another entry. And with those bits, if for 100, you can give one of us a NERP to use. For 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. And you can even give them to Max. Woo! Well, okay, long pause for that. Max, should I tell people how we got into Whimsyland? Whimsy World?
Yeah, that was your idea. It was a great idea. During the break, she said stuff, and I was like, okay, let's do it. When we come back, it's going to be all on you.
Yes, so since it took 2.5 hours to go get the boys, Nova, went to Whimsy World? Whimsyland? Whimsy World.
Whimsyland.
Whimsyland. I went to Whimsyland, and I stood in line, and when I got really close to the front, I just started letting people in front of me, and I'm waiting on everyone to show up, and I'm just doing that awkward, oh, my friends are coming, sorry, keep going, you can go in front of me first, sorry.
Nice.
Incredible.
That's what I do in real life.
You waited.
All of that was lost? Oh my goodness.
It wasn't.
We had to do it all over again.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know where to go.
Last 5 seconds.
Last 5 seconds?
Mm-hmm.
That I'm like this in real life and people should be on my team? Or
No. That was about
this is a setup. This is a setup, everyone. Tyler's trying to make me look crazy.
I'm hacking the stream.
Tyler, I'm really good at looking crazy on my own. I don't need your help.
He is.
Supposed to use the code names.
Nova's got dibs on the line.
Oh.
Let's go.
Anyway, I'm a mess. Glad to be back.
Yay! All right, so as you guys have parked, you got a little tram. You're walking through. I'm assuming you guys have flip flops, right? Okay, there we go. But does Arco have flip flops? Does Arco know what a flip flop is?
Arcol has no clue. He has he wears a lot of streetwear. Let's go with like a laceless, like almost like a black slipper.
Okay. You stole some of those little ballerina shoes from someplace?
Basically, he thought it went well with his baggy black cargo pants.
Convoy, I do want to press upon you the idea that you are losing the all-white coloration warfare of the brightest white possible, as Convoy, as Arcol is definitely whiter than you in all aspects. And by white, I refer to you to look to a sheet of 8.5 by 11 paper to find the white that is one shade darker than him. As you walk across the parking lot, at some point you thought it was just really bright out here. You realize it was the light reflecting off of him and into your face underneath your hat. Nova, you see the beacons of Gondor coming across the freaking parking lot. There are a lot of untanned individuals that are coming into this place, but Arcol is definitely amongst the few that stand out in that
Arcol
manner.
looks like he has a quest for me.
What's that halo around him? It's the reflecting light. So you guys get to begin. You guys wander up, and I guess you see a queue. You see a line, so you immediately get into the line, right?
And then I text Nova. Nova, where are you?
Come to the front.
Yes. Let's go. And as we're going, I'm also like clocking how bright and I'm like, okay, boys, it's sunblock. And I hand you both a sunblock out of my bag. Don't forget.
I was just about to order some and have a drone dropping off because
No, I have it here, please.
All right.
Arcole is going to immediately squirt a dollop of it into his mouth.
What are you doing?
our coal man, that's for your skin. Spit that out. It's not good.
What just happened?
Spit it out.
What just happened
Spit it
in front
out.
of me?
Drop it.
He hands him back the bottle, but he still has a glob in his mouth. I don't.
No, spit it out.
But
No, spit it out.
is it not?
Spit it out.
Oh,
Don't swallow that.
and he just.
Uh-huh. Good. Okay, on the floor? Yeah, just on the ground.
Aren't the workers gonna get mad at me?
Happened? What? Hello?
He's just so used to like the technological age that he can't imagine having to manually apply something to his body. Why can't it just be
Paste you eat.
knock it back? Yeah.
There are tons of tubes that you left, where you came from. The doctor would be like, okay, take this, eat this tube, now eat this tube. So like that's knee-jerk reaction. Oh, they're giving me a tube of food to eat.
And he only ever sees the sun for maximum a few minutes.
Wow.
I don't.
You would have seen that, but we're maybe like still a few feet away, and then we just like walk up and okay, hi. Did you what?
He slings it off his hand. I'm sorry.
I might be
we'll figure it out.
technologically inept, but you've got other problems, man.
Everything's so. Of course, you know about analog things.
Yeah. Because I'm smart and experienced.
Very experienced. Don't forget that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Look,
Yeah, no, move on from Sassy Arkle, please.
everything. Look. There are plenty of parts of Mama Bear that are still analog. All right.
He's like freshly hatched.
And maybe Arcole is just more used to the spray.
I don't think he is.
So
I
what
think
is in your mouth, Convoy.
There's a spray.
yeah,
He's
you
just
spray
off
it
to the
into your
side.
mouth. Yeah, you spray it into your mouth, bud.
I'm assuming an inhalant, right?
Everything is food. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, why don't we get some of that?
There is a nearby stand selling a variety of things, and one of them looks like an aerosol.
See, they have one.
It is not as effective. Let's go inside. We need to get this boy in water.
Oh, you're stopping my fun. Okay.
He gets just pulled along, by the movement of the rest of the group as he's still just looking back at the obvious aerosol, sprayer.
Entering into Whimsyland. And I want to point out Whimsyland and Whimsy World are two different. Whimsyland is on the edge where the water park is at and a couple other little sightseeing events. And Whimsy World is near the center at the base of the space elevator. So this is a smaller theme park, but it's got the water park. And so as you guys walk in, there are fountains spraying water. There are pools with children wading in them of all varieties of ages and ethnicities. Every one of these kids are having a blast. There are caricature AR images dancing all over the place, either in or out of your vision, whether you are in our AR or not. There are also holographic projectors in places showing these individuals. A display of characters dance across sky in a type of a holographic scene, and one of the first things that you notice, who would notice something that looks dangerous? Techno Siren, you see Rapid's Plunge, which is a 40-meter straight plunge tube that sends you hurtling at high speeds into a pool with a wade board.
Everybody? This? Yeah? I mean, anybody?
Right, who would notice the least dangerous and most playful-looking childlike park attraction?
Convoy is looking for the lazy river.
There's definitely a lazy river going around.
Convoy is looking to float and not do anything else.
I think that our goal would be looking for the quickest path into the water. If that is the quickest path, then that would be it.
There is a cartoon-like elephant with a nozzle spraying water on a bunch of kids, and it's probably about a good 5 to 6 inches deep, and these kids are splashing all over the place. It's a cartoon elephant that looks like a piggy bank.
Arcole is looking over at that and just going, Gross showed me something like this. That's an elephant, isn't it? I know I've seen it.
I'm sorry, did you say elephant?
Elephant.
Elephant.
It shoots. In the commercial that he showed me, it used to shoot a whole bunch of things for kids to catch, but this one shoots water.
Actually, the character's name is Ellie Fund. That's just for the players to know, and Arcole is playing into this, so you guys take it wherever you want, but the character's name is Ellie Fund, because it's an animated piggy bank of Mr. Whimsy.
Arcole is already taking off. He's seen the signs that do say no running, and also he is very excited, but he will briskly walk.
All right.
No, in case you're wondering, he's suffering from some heat stroke at the moment, so that's why we're gonna...
That's not all he's suffering from.
Yeah. There's a surf pool. Surfboards, surfing.
Water slide. Water slide.
There's lots of water slides. Do you want to go like on a crazy one that loops all over the place, or some sort of one that dashes super fast into a pool of water?
Super fast, super tall.
All right. Rapid plunge for the two ladies. Yes. And slow river or convoy. So you guys break up and begin going in different directions, sort of. Arcole, as you are under this elephant doing your thing, this is amazing. It's cooling and whatnot. A drone, a mostly rubber-looking drone, comes over nearby the pool and goes, "Who wants an ice cream bar?" This is like a quad-walking drone that pops open and displays a wide selection of like these frosty popsicles, and the kids charge it, screaming.
Arcole, even after being isolated, isn't going to just absolutely just Red Rover through these kids. He's gonna hang back a second. He's going to see if he can't reach over.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, you can. You're taller than all of them. Poor little bastards are going to lose out. You can hold 3 popsicles in each hand. Bam, 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 bam.
He's nabbing them. He's nabbing them all up. He looks like Wolverine right now.
I can totally see that. Convoy, you find your way over to Lazy River. They got a couple of options. They got like an inner tube. They've got like a surfing, like a one of them body. I can't remember what they're called. Like the long inflatable flat mats. Does anybody know?
He's going for an inner tube and a pool noodle. So he's in the inner tube, and the pool noodle is holding up his legs.
Awesome. As you go drifting around in the cool water, they have little drone fish that will swim by and whatnot. So it's not like real fish, but they, because it's chlorinated water. But they have these drone fish that swim by as you begin drifting around the lazy river. At some point, the lazy river takes you around a bend, and you can see the elephant. And Arcole has got these popsicles in his hand, and these kids are jumping for him, and he's trying to hold them up, and they are trying to climb him to get to his popsicles. It looks like a small war of attrition over the remaining supplies, and it is one adult versus like 9 children, and one of them has climbed elephant to come down from like but it's a mess. You look over and you see that there are no adults engaging this situation at all. And then a voice, like an angel, it's your undivided attention. Your attention is completely on him, but you hear this drone's voice go, "Would you be interested in a soy beer?"
Yes, please. And I completely ignore Arcole and like just
a cooler drone, a floating drone that's shaped mostly like a cooler, floating by you, pops open, and inside there's a selection of beers.
Now, having, learned from past experience, do I know where these included in the fare of coming into?
Yeah, it's included in the fare. There's like an amount that you're given, like so many beers, but immediately it starts tacking on to your ID that you pay the rest on the way out. Not like when you guys went to...
Just double checking. Just want to be clear that I'm not going to get indentured servitude to Whimsy Land.
So role play that out really quickly. Like, so you're like, you go reach for the beer, and then you're like,
oh, now hold on. How do I pay for this? Do I pay for this now?
Based upon your identification, you get 3 beers today. If you come back tomorrow, you will get another 3 beers. Anything past the 3rd one will be charged to your ID. Would you like an import and several of them rise up? Or would you like a domestic, a few more rise up? Or some home brews and a few rise up? Like some sort of musical groundhog,
Got a Lone Star in there? What you got? What
a Lone Star pops up.
Yeah. And now I know that it's included. I will grab it.
And you grab the beer, a mechanical arm on that little cooler just goes whoosh, and pops the lid off very quickly.
Yeah, that's not bad. All right.
Cop beer. Techno Siren and Nova, the two of y'all get over, and there's stairs you can take up, or there's like a small slow moving elevator that will take you all the way to the top of this slide.
I mean, I would take the stairs, but
Yeah, I would take the stairs too. I assume people don't like manual labor, so they were all waiting for the elevator.
All of them waiting for the elevator, yeah.
Stairs.
yeah, let's go.
All right. You guys are perceptive enough as you're heading up the stairs. A group of young college men notice the two of you passing by, and one of them goes, "Whoa, check out that chromed out babe."
I tense up because I'm worried that Nova might beat them up, and I look out the side of my eye to try to see what she looks like.
No time. Only slide.
That's the spirit.
People can say whatever they want. Do not touch. Slide time.
As we go up, I'm gonna turn around and stick my tongue out of like we go up the stairs.
You arrive at the top, and there are 3 possible virtual AR kind of like experiences. As you go down, it will either do a series of like mostly red-hued colored flashing lights and cool images, and the tubes will be more like swifting from one side. So you get to pick your adventure as you go shooting down this thing. There's the fastest possible, which is all like bright flashing white lights. Red, which is kind of like swerving from one side to the next, and then finally like the blue and yellow one is a loop-de-loop, repetitive loop-de-loop. The straight shot is really fast, but the loop-de-loop has the most G-forces.
And this like red one that's in the middle, it's like
It sways back and forth, so you go faster and then faster than faster before you go shooting out across.
Choice A, please.
I have to ride this slide twice because I want to do both, the second and the third one. But I'm gonna start with the side to side one. Actually, sounds right for right now.
And what did you say, Nova?
The fast one. Gotta go fast.
Gotta shoot straight down. All right. Yeah, if you walk up and you make your selection by just activating the artificial boop in the air, you move forward. The nearby attendant looks you up and down, gives you a thumbs up, tells you to wait. The light changes. Boom, the whole tunnel in front of you illuminates, and you see it flex and move as it goes up for a short distance and then back down. And so as you get close, jets of water push you up the next 5 meters of tube. So you lay down on it, and then it's like sprays you up, and then you shoot back down the other side, and you can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's just straight, almost 40 meters, sliding down at a slight angle, and it just keeps getting faster. The water's spraying all over the place, and then there's this like slight back and forth across the tube. Then finally, bam! When you hit the water, you begin skipping before finally you submerge and come to a slide. And then on the digital board in front of you, it gives you like a number rating how high it is. And your number up on the board is like 116. And thereby, people seem to be really excited about that number. Holy, blah, blah, blah. And you realize that your metal body shot you down way faster than that. And 116 is the distance traveled away from the opening, and compared to everybody else who are hitting like 96 or 98.
Is there a leaderboard?
Yes, and you're up there now, but it doesn't have a name.
I can beat that. I go again.
Well, a drone stops you and says, "Congratulations, you've made the leaderboard at the top. What do you want to be listed as?" A. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
The red tube, as you get up to it, it flexes back down, and then it begins making like a back and forth snake-like pattern that gets shorter and shorter. So the first one's wide, the next one is shorter, and so as you come around that, as you get onto the ramp to head down, the first one, which takes you to side, is a nice long curve, and so you start to speed up, and the next one whips you back around the next way, but then it's suddenly back the next direction and back and forth until you finally, near the end, it feels like you're just going around the tube on all sides, and as you come out, you hit, skip, and just roll into a massive plunge into one of the small pools.
Oh yeah, I bet I made a giant wave when I did that.
Oh yeah, you definitely did. You definitely did when you smashed into it. That water, just the cascades out. There's lots of people playing and whatnot, and you can see Nova on the far side of the pool. She's like signaling to you, like, "Oh, I'm over here."
I get up, go.
I mirror and give you a good woo back.
Woo!
Woo!
All right. Arcole, a drone has walked up to you, and I wouldn't say a drone's walked up to you. A guy's walked up to you and he's like, sir, if you're interested, the lazy river's right over here. It's a nice, enjoyable, soft ride. There's a couple other pools to be playing with. This is mostly intended for the children to be playing in. Alley Fund is mostly for kids. Why don't we go see if we can't find you someplace to be at? Come on, guy, let's go.
But this one has more of the ice cream bars. He says a little bit more together now that he's been able to cool off a little bit more, but still very sure of himself.
Yeah, sure, ice cream bars. You know what? Let's go have some ice cream bars over here. See that little stand over there? We go have a seat and we can have some ice cream bars. This guy isn't wearing any kind of security uniform. He's not wearing it. He's just wearing like an employee uniform like everybody else you've seen so far. He just seems to be trying to help you find a better place.
It's all right. I think I've had my fill. I think I'm gonna go. And he goes to the first thing that wouldn't raise too many red flags. I think I'm gonna go find my family.
Sure, it's something called the White Rapids.
The White
First
Rapids?
thing you see is called the White Rapids. Yeah.
First thing I see. For what? I'm sorry. I
You
missed
said
that.
you said I'm just going to tell him I'm good and I'm going to go to the first thing I see.
Oh,
you saw.
well, no, that works. That works.
Oh,
And,
okay.
Yeah, I see that. I'm actually headed over there. I was just grabbing a snack for. I was just grabbing some snacks and stuff. You know, some people are really
course,
baking out
yeah.
here.
That's why the water park has free ice cream, up to 3 beers, especially with the pass that you got today, sir. You did 3 beers and at least 3 snacks.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
As he's just like, all right, and then he says, for your trouble, and he hands over a half-eaten ice cream bar.
He'll take the half-eaten ice cream bar and he'll hold on to it and continue to stand right next to you and wait for you to start walking toward the White Rapids, and he's not leaving your side.
What is the White Rapids as I'm approaching, as I'm walking along with him?
Looks like it's a
following?
boat ride. Looks like a boat ride, not like the lazy river. It looks like a boat ride of some type. It's got a lot of foamy looking water. People are getting into the boat, and then all of a sudden the boat kind of like goes, woo! So it's like not a lazy river, an active river. Let's call it that.
I'm gonna be walking up and, you know, feeling him beside me and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say, I guess they must have left. You know what? This looks really fun. I'm gonna go and hop in, still holding 2 of his sweet treats, Wolverine style.
Sure. Of course.
And I'm just gonna hop in. If I'm assuming that it's pulling in with, you know, other people.
boat's
They're not
coming
gonna
in.
give me. Okay.
No, of course not.
Nothing by myself. That sounds terrifying. Especially if he tries to take along.
I don't know. Let's roll a d6. If you roll a 1 or a 5, there are other people. Yes! 5! There are other people. You
Thank
don't
goodness.
look creepy and weird, and you won't have a terrible experience.
The picture at the end of that ride would be so sad.
All right. This ride is going to be very active, lots of bumping, ups and downs, lefts and rights. So make a composure roll. I'm looking for at least 3. Oh.
It's better if he's not. Let it roll. Let it roll, man. Be cool.
I'm not gonna. Oh. Yeah, I'm not gonna roll edge on that. I'm just gonna grit my teeth and try to power through.
So imagine this is basically like a waterborne roller coaster with lots of twists and turns. It even comes up out of the water. There's a part where some sort of abominable snowman, an abominable socialist. Because remember, the whole theme park is capitalism is good. An abominable socialist knocks the boat that you're in out of the water, and so it does like a loop-de-loop twirl thingy. And luckily, there's this bar, just a bar, keeping your butt into that boat. Because otherwise, when it went upside down, you were sliding all over the place, and it felt like your leg was coming out from underneath the seat. It was not comfortable, and then when it came back into the water, it slammed into it. Then there was a thing that went around and whatnot. It was not okay.
The fact that you have described every roller coaster experience that I've ever had as a 6'4" person, so accurately hurts.
I know your fears. So, ladies, you guys have a chance to get into the third one, which was the loop-de-loop. The constant G-force near the end of it was so exhilarating that when you get to the end, it shoots you out up to about 2 to 2.5 meters and then back into the water. So you shoot up and then you're able to people tuck their legs and then dive bomb in, and it's a deep pool, so it's not like you're gonna slam into concrete or nothing. So of course, as soon as Nova comes shooting out and then she loops back down and crashes into the water, all of a sudden there's another number up there.
I would
It
like
says
to roll
11.
athletics
Oh, never mind. I will let you
to
roll
see if there's any
athletics.
splash.
Ooh, splash.
No splash, baby.
Holy crap. There is no splash. And not only that, you reached a height that puts you on the leaderboard that immediately names you. Ah!
That's me. I'm
You also had the similar experience of being shot out and land in the water. The two of y'all are standing nearby looking at this, and all of a sudden you notice on a nearby TV screen, Arcole's face appears. He's in some sort of polymer-based, fake, rafty-looking thing, holding on to a metal bar. It looks like the whole raft is plummeting, and he is screaming bloody murder.
This is like one of those ride photos that just shows up on the screen.
Yep. But it's coming to you guys personally because you are all in the same group. You're all in the same purchase. So even Convoy, who's sitting there on beer number 2, chilling out. They've got music, by the way. A little drone comes by and he's playing music for you. All of a sudden, there's like a boop picture of Arcole appearing as he's holding on. He's got an arm wrapped around the bar, and he's got the other end of the bar held, and his legs are splayed out somehow, no longer in the seat. And the look, his jaw is wide open. And he's like,
I didn't know he was a roller coaster guy.
That looks really fun. We should
Wait,
ride
is this
that
one of those situations where we can buy the photo?
yes.
Yeah, Convoy's buying it. He's buying the framed one.
Oh, that's going to be 80 new yen. It's
Yeah,
10
it's
new
fine.
yen for the digital version,
I don't
80 new
care.
yen for a printed, framed version.
No,
Do you
it's
want
a
something
photo.
written on it? It's an extra 10 new yen. Anything. Turn that sucker into a meme.
Ooh.
By the way, I just thought of that. So if any of you guys out there do some sort of themed shows or Disneyland and stuff that's my idea. You can't steal it. I thought of it first. You're gonna steal it.
TM.
Can it say, let me see. Okay, this is what I got coming up really fast. Howdy Kitty rides a roller coaster, or rides yeah, that works.
Howdy Kitty rides a roller coaster.
I could feel you trying to make that PG, and I love that.
Oh man, fantastic. After writing 2 of the fast shoots, did you guys want to hit the third one that you hadn't done prior to, or find something else? They have ride that is kind of like a not love tunnel. I think that's the one I'm looking for. It's basically it takes you through a series of scenes
Tunnel of
that are
Love.
related to the Whimsyland theme, and so it's not necessarily like Tunnel of Love, but it's just a slow ride through one of their theme park things.
Like it's a small world.
But it's not a bunch of dolls singing, it's a bunch of capitalists singing about saving money and investing in your 401k
Really
while at the
live?
same
Oh my
time.
god, I can learn to invest my money.
It's a
Yeah,
whimsy
that's
world.
The Whimsy
my God.
Whimsyland. Yeah, so that's like the themed ride.
Okay, but does the advice actually work? Or is this bad advice to keep us poor?
You're gonna need to make a financial roll, or just make an intelligence roll and default on finances.
Oh my god! Okay, is that like just logic?
Yeah. Wow. I don't know how you have a logic pool +5.
Oh, you know what? It's logic plus a logic pool of +5. Hold on, let me redo this.
You
logic,
rolled that twice. That's totally cool. I don't know why you get to roll
Submit.
it.
There you go. That makes more sense.
Yeah,
Logic plus nothing? Yeah.
you have a good impression that this is decent information, but you still feel it's not the best because it's mostly things like get a job, stick with that job forever, save back, scrimp and save, because it's your company who's going to make sure that you're well taken care of.
This is what I'm already doing. I don't know.
Something deep down inside makes this song and their dance hit so close to home for every one of us, including those who are watching the stream and live in corporate land. Your bonus is a bonus, and your some weird, cringy music like that. Be happy with the bonus you get. Be happy that you got a bonus. Be happy that you're not poor yet. Something like that. I could keep going, but I probably shouldn't.
I didn't know this episode was a musical.
There's always one.
There's always one.
A beach episode and a musical episode. That's
in one.
In one. All right. So you guys get through that interesting ride and convoy. You have come around on the lazy river in a variety of different ways. This is nice. They've got like 6 different paths to choose from. And these drones are chilling. There's one for music. There's one for beer. There's one to like massage your feet. Like, this is great. All of this is included. And as you're on the path of the lazy river, there's like choice selections which you can go, and you just program it into the artificial reality. Boop, 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 and you make your selection for which path you want to go. And you've already we're going to say you've come around one of the larger loops, and so now there's like a cut-through loop that takes you through like the Tropical Island Saloon, which is also one of their floating bars to get like a nice hard drink alcohol. It'll cost you, but it is in there. Adults only, so, you know, a kid can't hit the button and be diverted. And then finally, there's another option where you can take a lower, slower crawl through like a beast-like area where it acts as if you're on a cruise ship. You know, back when cruise ships actually went around in the ocean.
Nah, I want one of them drinks that has fruit coming out of it.
Oh, hell yes. You punch up what you want onto the little menu and hit the go button and tell it where it wants you to go. And like the lanes kind of start changing to diverting. And then at the last moment, the gates switch back up on you and you get diverted off of the route you were actually aiming for. And then the gate shuts behind you. Lazy River continues. It seems to be heading down some sort of maintenance area. and it's getting really small, and now it's all unpainted.
Are there any exits?
No, because there's high fences along both sides. That's all you can see. One of the nearby drones goes, "Unfortunately, I've exited my service area. Have a good day." And it goes and submerges back under the gate.
Can I grab onto it and make it like pull me back to the gate so I can?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'll make it a defensive roll. Because it's about like reaction and intuition.
What am I rolling? Sorry.
Reaction and intuition. Both stats together. Let's try to get like at least a 2.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. It'll actually let me do it. There we go.
Excellent. You grab a hold of the little cooler drone. It shuts its lid because it's attempting to go underwater, and as you hold on to it, it begins to pull you back. But it just doesn't have the strength to pull you and go against the current and go underwater. It begins fighting for a moment, overloads its own motor, and then there's a pop and bubbles rise up, and it stops going forward.
At this point, I will call my friends and say, y'all, I think I'm in trouble.
All right. The rest of you, when we get back from break, roll a d6. I will pick your numbers at that time, and if it doesn't work out, you're in some place where there's a loud noise, you can't hear it. Or you know what? He's got AR, so he'll be smart enough to do that, right? You wouldn't just make a phone call, you'd put it in AR. Let's go to a break, and we'll be back shortly to find out what happens to the convoy.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
92 times.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Hi, everyone. I hope that you took the opportunity that we were on break to drop a hashtag RemPC in the chat to win Catalyst's board game Parachute Panda. Our winner is going to be announced at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. You can get 7 additional entries if you subscribe to Gen Con TV today, and for every 100 bits you donate, you get another entry. 100 bits also allows you to give a player a NERP to use, and for 300 bits you can give a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. It's not limited to just players, also the game runner Max.
That's me. Come back.
I rolled my d6. Got a 1.
What did you get? Yeah, that was your number. All right, what about our Cole? No, just roll a d6. Oh, your number was 3. Yep, your number was 3. You got a. Oh, Tara's number was 6. Tara's number 6, and you got a 2, Tara. So, no. Nova, yes. Techno Siren is busy, so at least one of you guys noticed. And Arcole, what did you need to roll? Four. No, so only Nova notices the distress message from Convoy.
And what does it say again?
It says, "Hey, I think I'm in trouble. They're taking me like I'm on some access route."
Did you drink too many beers?
No, I will ping my location.
Okay.
Are you sure you're not drunk?
You do notice that all his 3 beer markers are marked off on his little icon.
That was it. I hadn't even gotten. Oh, let me hold on. Look. I reckon I was trying to. I ain't got that. I wasn't able to get there yet.
There is a hard liquor stamp on his icon as well. So there's like 3 beers are gone and a hard liquor stamp.
I didn't. Okay, I'll be fair. I did not get that hard. I was looking for a fruity drink, but that did not happen. Instead, I am heading down a maintenance route with no exits.
Are you sure you need help? I'm about to go get some ice cream.
Look, I have no way to get out of here. There are no other people, and the drones that were feeding me booze have left me.
I mean, we don't really even know where you're gonna end up. Should you just write it out?
The drone is unoperable and is passing you by, because I'm assuming you're waiting a little bit. But as it's gotten farther down, you notice it starts to make a loop in a circle ahead of you. Ahead of you seems to be some sort of large drain. So all the noise is happening at. And then that cooler-sized drone goes down.
Yeah, I'm in trouble. There's a drain here, and I don't know if I can swim out of it.
Fine.
Can your character even swim? Does he have athletics?
Yes, my character can swim.
Awesome.
Not very well. Which is why I went to the lazy river, Max.
Max knows this. Max looks at your character sheets all the time, people. That's why during the whole fairy thing, stuff disappeared from your character sheets.
How deep is the lazy river?
You can stand up in the lazy river.
I messaged Convoy. Have you tried standing up?
I will try to stand up. Can I stand up?
Yeah, you stand up.
Okay, I can stand up.
Are you still in trouble? Please respond. Hello? Are you standing?
Well, yeah, a little bit though, because I still can't get out. The gate closed behind me.
Well, just walk back.
I will walk back.
Okay. You head back.
Also, I will say I do have athletics. I spent karma on it, but it's not on here for some reason.
All you had to do was stand up.
There's still the fencing that goes around this area, so you can't get out unless you climb it. The drone was trying to go back to some sort of access port, was going to allow it to get out. So maybe it's big enough for you to get out too. I mean, it is the size of a cooler, and you're tall and lanky.
I'll see if I can. Is there?
Okay.
Can I fit?
You could also attempt to use any other skills that you have access to try to do whatever is any other
I mean,
skill like engineering, rigging.
Can I use my RCC and see if I can just like what's it called? It's called Slim Jim, I believe.
Yeah.
I want to Slim
get a
Jim
Slim
this
Jim.
gate open.
Sure.
While this is happening, I get my ice cream.
Not a problem. You're able to find the gate's access information, and it takes a moment or two just to pop it. Is your RCC with you, or is it sitting in your truck?
My RCC is in my head.
Oh, it's in your head. Got it. So it's always with you.
That my comm is not normally with me, but I can still communicate with my RCC.
Of course. Was that Techno Siren? You said something?
I was just complimenting Nova on her priorities.
If I don't have to stay with you, man, don't make me.
That was hilarious. I just imagine Convoy being like so freaked out, this giant drain, and then he just hands up.
Did you stand up?
All right.
Okay, but also I just gotta say it's a little odd. Maybe okay. Look, now maybe I'm a little paranoid, but we all know that you know who got a little vendetta against me and us. So
I mean, did you change your eyeballs?
well, yeah, I changed it. I haven't worn them since.
I mean,
But you know,
But it was just a gate. You can also get our Cole, or you can run through the data log to see if there was like some sort of glitch and whatnot. You can do a matrix perception and dig around real quick and see what's here. If somebody was good, they'd left no footprints behind. Nothing. If they're bad, they left evidence.
all right, I will try to tempt our Cole to come to the lazy river.
You
with the
can also
promise
do a matrix
of
perception. You're
red
capable.
fruity.
If
I
he
will give it a
reaches
shot as
out-
well, but I know our Cole's better at it.
I mean, if he reaches out, how long are the rapids?
Well, the rapids are more than over. You are currently in the trauma unit, being assisted for your situation because you started screaming. They took you to a place to have you sit down and relax and get you a beer or ice cream or something, have you chill out. A same really nice guy who was very he's next to you again. Hey, how's it going, friend? Want some ice cream? Why don't we relax over here? These are my friends, and these are your friends too.
It's going all right. Can I
Not overexcited there? So yeah, our Cole's kind of busy.
Okay. I will look. See if I can find anything. Sorry, I'm trying to find matrix perception on my sheet.
just go to the matrix tab, and it should be on the rolls. Matrix
If you
major
have-
actions.
Yep.
I must be blind.
It's fine. I'll help you out. On the Matrix tab.
It's in the middle. It's electrics plus intuition.
Electronics.
Or so that's what I meant to say. As soon as I said it, electronics plus intuition.
Well, that I
Yeah,
can
so
roll.
it's a legal roll. There's two rolls for Matrix related: electronics plus intuition or cracking plus intuition. It's pretty much like the go-to. One's legal, the other one's illegal.
The roll is
yeah.
the same for me, so
Yes. Yeah, there's indication of a drone related to Whimsyland activating the gate and giving it instructions to make this command happen to the gate. It really wasn't well done. In fact, taking over the gate was really easy. 5 successes like you got earlier was well beyond the need. This drone, a Whimsyland drone, did it with 1 success and did not do anything to like cover its tracks.
Can I find out more about the drone that did it?
Yeah, because this information is there. So now you have the information on the drone's existence. You've seen some identification for it. Now it's another matrix perception to see if you can find the drone. Yes, and you do. Back toward the direction in which is that giant swirling water pool of water back down the other way seems to be where the drone is collected at, wherever it happens to be. Not necessarily in the water, not necessarily the drone that you were working with. This is different. You see the remnants of that drone's damaged servos and it's currently stuck underwater because it's got no motor to free itself from the dragged under current. And there's some sort of like underground area in this part. You know how the parks will have like tunnels that go underneath for maintenance and stuff like that? That seems to be where this drone and your previous cooler drone are located. But so are probably about 2 to 3 dozen other drone icons. Looks like a plethora of drones have gone down the drain.
Can I get specs on them? What kind of drones are they? Are they all service drones?
Yeah, all of them are service drones. Variety of different service drones. A couple of them are coolers, a few of them are wait staff and stuff like that. Anthro drone, hover drone, this. There just seems to be a collection of them all piled up in one area. All of them have active icons. In fact, you would wager that the space that these icons are taking up, the spaces that are dead in between them, are probably other drones that are deactivated, shut down, or no longer functioning. So you're just seeing the ones that are functioning. Most drones have a type of battery in them that allows them to tap the matrix to be charged. So technically, they last forever. Always on, always running.
Is there? Can I see if there are any entrances or exits?
Perception.
That
regular perception roll. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is either being pampered by, oh yeah, I like it when it says glitch like that. Audience, do you see those big letters GLITCH? He still succeeded in making the 2 hits necessary, but something bad happens. Love when bad things happen. So, Nova and Techno Siren, you guys still going for the another ride and something fancier, something faster, or lazy river, catch up with our coal, eat ice cream?
Oh, it's really close to golden hour, and so I got a really fancy like ice cream sundae, and I'm taking lots of selfies of photos of like myself and my curl ice cream and
yeah.
With my friends too, if they're with me, if that's what they're doing too. But that's an important part of the water park.
I'm just sitting there watching.
Oh no, then I'm taking selfies with you too. If you like, yeah. Oh, good, great. Yeah, we take selfies.
She's making the same face though. It's the ice cream cone in front of her face, and she's just like.
Is Arcole in the background?
If he's made it out of effectively Whimsyland intensive care.
Yes, you have definitely left behind the intensive care unit.
Okay, then I have the beer that I'm sipping on to recover, just assumably not in the shot, but I wouldn't put anything past Techno.
You're gonna be in the shot. We're all in the picture, and once Convoy gets back from the lazy river, then he'll be in one too.
Oh, yeah, about that. He got trapped.
What?
You
Wait.
didn't see the text?
No, I don't know what I must have just been too busy taking selfies. I wasn't paying attention.
It's okay. I told him to stand up. I think he's fine.
Oh, yeah, so then he'll be here any minute.
Or Cole getting worried immediately just says, trapped? And like already seeing this place as a
You can get worried.
as a
you can see this
hellscape at
place,
this point.
but they gave you some really nice ice cream. This really nice ice cream has kind of chilled you out.
Fair
Came
enough.
from the emergency, the emergency care people. Here, have this delicious ice cream. We know you like ice cream. It'll help calm you down.
How much did
So-
it calm me down?
You are worried that this is a trap, but you're not like going to panic and immediately start doing stuff.
Oh, this might be a trap.
All right. So anyways, Convoy, as you move toward this whirlpool thing, and you're looking around, you do find a ladder that gets you out of the water. As soon as you grab the ladder, put your foot on the first rung, whoop, boom, smash, water, whirlpool, and you go down the drain. It's a tumble, and then it comes to a stop as the water is just being sprayed. You came through a tube, man. Because you're long and lanky, you fit through the tube. If you had been any other shape, it would have been bad. And you crash into a pile of drones.
So I'm looking around this drone graveyard.
Yeah.
Submerged.
Yes. So imagine they're at the water level. It's probably about 2.5 to 3 foot deep, almost a full meter. And there is roughly half a meter worth of discarded drones in almost every direction except under this pipe, which is piled up. The pipe, by the way, is definitely out of reach, and there's no way to go back the way you came because now you are in this basically a trash receptacle. If somebody's on the lazy river and decides to drop a brown log, this is where it goes.
I will make sure I clear myself of the water as best I can.
They don't throw their wrap away or they drop their beer bottle in. The beer bottles float. They come here. So there's broken glass in here too.
Fun. Can I check out the drone that gave the signal to open gate?
Yes, you can. It is some sort of hover drone that has a manipulator arm on it. The other one seems to be a bit damaged. And as you have located it, and it seems to become aware of your presence, its arm reaches towards you, very lethargic-like.
I'll see if it will communicate with me.
Okay.
They're like, hi there, little buddy. What's going on?
Text appears in AR. It says, cannot get free. Yeah, chocolate logs.
Just some baby Ruths floating. Right. I will try to free this drone.
It takes a little bit of hefting. I'm going to do a lift roll.
Yeah, because I'm great at that. Let's see.
Yeah. Been working out.
I have a little bit.
It is a struggle. I'm gonna let you. It takes longer to get it out. But you do kind of pull on it. It has been badly damaged. The drone then tells you malfunction.
Are there any I don't have any tools on me, right?
No.
Swimming trunks. Are there any stations here? Any workstations? Any
It's really dark. You can't see too much. Most of the light you get is coming from all these drones. And as you begin looking around, you realize some drones, which have been isolated or sitting still, have now noticed that you are here. And in the darkness, they are moving towards you. Text message appears. Builder. Another one appears. He's a commander. Another one appears. He has the skills. He can help us. We're not alone. These icons of all these drones are, for the most part, moving towards you.
Oh boy. So I will turn on. I got low light vision and thermo on my eyes. Hopefully that will help me see around a little bit.
Yeah, it does. You do not see a workstation, but you do see a ladder, which looks like it leads to an exit. Are there tools around? Sure. A bunch of stuff that might be useful as a tool, but nothing that is specifically designed to be a tool. We're also in tunnels. Really big tunnels. Like, they go everywhere. Conduits, pipes, water flows here and there.
Seems like, I know this was supposed to be a relaxing day, but hard not to use the opportunity.
Drone, as you're paying attention to a bunch of stuff, reaches his arm out and grabs a hold of you. It's light flickering just barely, and it says, malfunction. Please reset.
I will put out a message to all the ones surrounding.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say, like, all right, y'all, I might be able to help you, but you're going to have to help me a little bit. I need your help figuring out where all these tunnels go. And I'm going to need to get my hands on some tools to help fix you.
All right. One of the nearby roller drones, a caterpillar from back in the day, hefty little dude, rolls up and utilizing a series of beeps and text messages tells you that it can still move, and it knows where it knows how to get around. Doesn't know where things are. It's been stuck down here and hasn't made an attempt because it hasn't been given, and I kid you not, he says, I have not been given a command from a commander. You're the first one down here in a while.
I will give it the command to map this tunnel system.
All right. And its weakened energy, because the Matrix doesn't get down here so well, but it does, it begins kind of driving off. Another one as well begins to amble off, in the notion that it might be, and this is a word that comes across one of them, we have to help, or he will save us. Not all the drones seem to act this way, but a few of them do. You've seen this before. A transitionary point of time. Something happens. Drones get left on. They don't get turned off. And somehow they just grow. These drones begin dispersing in different directions and abiding to your command. That one reaches up again and grabs you by the wrist and says, please reset.
I'll see if I can help it.
All right, make an engineering roll. All right, success, you're able to find a piece of sharpened glass and pry open the back panel. Fortunately, this drone has been badly damaged. Its reset function isn't viable. Only its shut-off function. That won't reset it. It'll just disconnect it from its power source. Wipe its memory core.
I'll ask if that's what it wants.
It responds with a very strange and uncomfortable word. Or 2 words, actually. Pain. Pain.
I'll turn it off.
Light dims. Processor shuts off, and the icon disappears from existence.
I think there's just a moment where Convoy kind of like turns it off, takes a breath, and then like takes a slow turn to look at the piles and piles of other drones that are also malfunctioning.
Yeah. Yeah, it's strange. There's a few of them that are staring at you at what you just did.
I'll just turn to the next one and be like, all right, let's see if we can fix you. I'll like wave it over.
Right? And it comes over. You're going to be here for a little bit. I want to tell you that you can... I know you don't want to live down here for the next decade repairing guys, but... And I know you want to be able to access these guys later when they get you some data. So if you leave a comm down here with one of them, you'll be able to reach out and ask questions of them as they continuously do whatever it is task. There right now, 38 drones, variety of them, all in different degrees of damage, down in here, that are willing to listen to you. And with a comm hooked to one of them, you'll be able to put them onto a pan and have them do stuff for you.
Yeah. I'll leave my drone, or my comm. I will just have to get a new one.
Right, so you're going to need to give this comm to a drone. Let's pick which one you want to give it to. Nothing military killing. It's got to be some sort of service drone. And you get to pick its form of locomotion. Anthro, hover, float, what, you know.
How much are most of the tunnels have water in them?
Yes. Generally like half a meter in depth.
In that case, I'll probably do... Yeah, I'll do a floating one.
Sure.
I'll keep it on.
All right.
Because who knows how often they flush things.
And then that will allow it to stay above the water.
Yeah.
We'll say it's a cooler that is not damaged. It has no beer. What's that?
Oh, I can use the cooler to keep it sealed too, right?
There you go. Awesome idea. Arcole, Techno Siren, and Nova. You guys are having a blast, taking pictures, and I will pick. I'll roll a dice. All right. Pick a number. Techno Siren. 1 through
3.
6. It was 3.
Hey.
As you're taking pictures and whatnot of people, you notice that Convoy's icon for both the park and on the pan and everything is gone.
And I like tap Arcole. I'm like, do you see Convoy? That's weird, right?
Max, how good was
Yes.
this popsicle?
Mild, not even super powerful, just enough to like knock the edge off.
Okay.
That's it.
You're not being literal about knocking the edge off of my character.
There was
right?
drugs in it. Yeah, they totally gave you drugs to calm your ass down.
Okay.
All right, there's our.
Oh no,
word
I
pass.
meant like actually taking my edge away. Is what I meant.
No,
But okay.
no. He gave you drugs, man.
It's Have you been able to reach him anytime recently?
To be honest, I didn't try. Okay. That's probably smart to do first. Yeah. So I will be like, "Hey, convoy, your ice cream is melting. What's up?"
See, well, last time I saw him, he was out on the lazy river. So
No, but remember, then he almost went down the drain, and then he stood up, and he was on his way back here. That's what Nova said.
well, yeah, you don't want to stop halfway through going through the lazy river. You gotta go a couple
Well, I think
laps.
he made it to the end. He was like he's gonna go down the drain.
All right, now that convoy is back.
You
Am I
don't
getting
hear any
now,
of
though?
this.
Yeah,
You
I
don't
don't think I get any of this.
You're under the surface. No reception.
Oh, so my message didn't get to him.
Oh, your message was sent, but no, you're right. Your message was sent. It did not arrive. It'll arrive when he comes up.
Well, will it? Because he left his comm down there?
There's more than one.
Oh.
We all have more than one comm, right?
Do I? I don't
You're new
know.
at the
Well,
you're new
I
at
can-
the
I'm
shadow.
very new. I
I-
don't know that I do.
I can proxy my RCC to go through one of my drones, which can communicate.
True. Yeah.
So like that's my backup.
So at some point through that, your RCC would be like let you know that one of your drones received a message that's meant for you. It wouldn't be like very quickly because it's usually utilizing a more direct route of transmission.
Well, then maybe we should get into the lazy river. Maybe we'll catch up to him. You know?
Yeah, let's go find him.
Wouldn't it be faster just to wait for him at the end?
Oh.
Well, lazy river, you take a couple laps.
Well, but it really sounded like there was an end. Didn't he say something about a drain?
Well, maybe that just leads into another lazy river.
Oh, wow. Like a lazy river with like a fun slide in between? That.
A lazier river.
Oh, I was expecting it to be like a little burst of energy so that you could really appreciate the.
I pull up the map of the park.
Yes.
And does it trace the path of the lazy river?
Yes, there are 3 different paths, but for the most part, there are traceable.
Well, if you guys want to go get in and follow it, I'll just wait at the end and see if he comes out. I don't know.
With an inhibited mindset, can Arcole attempt to track down where Convoy's last position was? That was traceable.
The drugs they gave you give you about 2 to 3 extra dice towards your composure and reduce your judge intent. That's really the only effect that it's going to have.
Oh, okay.
So,
Got it. Can I just do a perception to look back in the logs or a search?
yes. Technosiren, you were going to say something?
I always forget that I am like magic and I can like oh wait. But I feel like it would be really well, I like being in the astral anyway, so it might be kind of overwhelming with all the people around, but would I be able to conceivably find Convoy? Yeah.
What you would do is you would find a place to sit, you'll astral ascents, and then once you're in the astral, be like, I want to go to Convoy. And you're next to Convoy. Because Convoy is a point in astral space who you know. And that's it. You'd be next to him. You'd be like able to peer around the world that he's in and get an idea where he's at. And then physically move around to gotta get an idea that he's like, that's it.
Okay. Oh, that's great. So, well, what I would like to do then is take my physical body to the lazy river, get myself all cozy, and then go into the astral and go find Convoy.
Cool. You arrive at where Convoy's at, and crazy enough, Convoy, why don't you describe what you're doing?
So Convoy's literally, just flip-flops and the short shorts and the strong cowboy hat is like using very primitive tools and pieces of junk and other drones to like fix this mound of drones, just trying to like tinker and do what he can.
Well, and now I'm trying to think about what that would look like in the astral, right?
Yeah.
Because like
Right. You're not going to see drones. They're just objects. You're going to see the objects. They have like a shadowy kind of feel to them and everything. So you see him and, you know, his cyberware and like reflections of like all the living organic things that are in the water, like the baby Ruth floating by. And they're the other bits of flora and fauna that are growing on different things. But something catches your attention. There is a background. Now, again, for the audience as well as the players, and the astral background is a way of me describing to you pressure or uneasiness in the astral. I'll give you an example. If you were next to a volcano erupting, the background is going to be really high because there's a lot of magical things taking place. Volcanic eruptions are not necessarily just in the physical world. Also, when someone dies, they have an imprint on the astral. They leave behind a bit of magical pressure upon their death. That is interesting because the background here is a little bit higher, and some of it seems to be coming from drone that is nearby convoy, as if drones dead and having an effect on the astral. So I mean, that's what you see, and through all your experience and knowledge, you've not really, this is not anew. Maybe it's some sort of life from the drone in the sense of like moss growing on it, but it seems to be the drone is generating it, not something on the drone.
How can I investigate that?
You'd make an astral roll.
Yeah, I want to do that.
That's one of your skills.
It sure is.
You're really good at it too.
Can I don't have my sword with me to be totally. I wouldn't have brought my sword to the water park, so.
You're in the astral. Your sword's with
I
you.
guess that's right. I get to like pull it out.
Yep.
Okay, so I get to add 2. So
Yes.
5.
As you found him, and he is currently working on all these things, it is, in the best description that you understand from your training, was alive. And it just recently died.
Okay, so that's weird.
Yep.
And I want to communicate that to Convoy and also just like get Convoy's attention, but he can't perceive me.
No. Remember what you did to the jet? You
Yeah.
materialized?
I materialized.
3 rounds? 3 rounds is what you've got.
Yeah, so I can't remember if I had to do something to do that though.
You
No,
don't.
right? I
You just initiate. Normally you
Great.
can spend up to 3 hours in the astral, but if you materialize, it's 3 rounds.
Right. Okay. So I do that, and I just like, I have the drone like in my arms a little bit. Like I was kind of like feeling it, and then I just like pop into reality.
I'm
Hey,
trying to
Convoy.
think of a kind southern curse word that is not an actual curse word for surprise, but that is what happens.
Hogwash. That one's a little bit older.
I like it.
Jumpin'
Jesus, Ras, what-
Wits or whatever it is.
What was that?
Jump in Jehoshaphat. Well, yeah, what is it? Jehoshaphat's? Is that what it is?
Jehoshaphat? Jehoshaphat?
Jehoshaphat.
Jeff-
Jumping Jehoshaphat. Yeah, no,
Jump
that
it.
feels right.
Something is jumping.
He's jumping. He's jumping pretty high.
My dad's favorite is good googly moogly.
That's probably the most southern non-curse word phrase you can say. Good googly moogly.
Good googly moogly.
Thing. No?
Did you
You're
find
just,
it? Convoy?
Nah,
Impressed?
I can't find anything. Nothing fitting to the situation.
Holy moly!
Yeah, you say something censored.
I say something.
you actually say something.
Yeah, so
Expletive.
Techno Siren appears brilliant,
Hey.
magical, glittery, sword in hand, holding the drone or having the drone near her. The drone hasn't physically moved in the real world, but she seems to be holding like some sort of iridescent version of the drone that you just turned off.
Smack my hoop and call me Susan. What? What are you doing here? There we go. That's,
Oh, yeah,
What?
you're cutting out.
Oh,
Quite
am
a
I?
bit.
Hello? Am I real again?
You're
Can you
good
hear
now.
me? Okay.
That was her
hey.
coming in from the Astral.
Yeah, I was just like, oh, and I don't have a lot of time either. This little guy over here, he's like a real boy.
yeah, he was in a bit of pain, so I turned him off. That's what he wanted.
You killed him?
Kill's a strong word. I assisted in his passing.
Well, Oh, well, that's really sad. He's special. I know a little bit of healing magic. I mean, he's turned off as a drone. Is his astral signature savable? Is this like a...
It's fading.
Oh.
When you pass, your astral signature quadruples in intensity. And that's what you're looking at.
I can put his power source back in, connect from the power source again, but he's gonna be in pain again. He ain't gonna remember nothing.
Can we... I just feel like this information it came to me. It felt so important in the moment, and I'm really sad that I knew that. Where are you? What is this place? What are we doing here?
I went down the drain.
But you said that you stood up. That was so long ago.
I did, but then I found out all these drones were down here, and I was like, well, I reckon I better check this out, and then that's what I did.
Well, this is a lot of drones. What are you gonna do?
It is a
with
lot
all
of
them?
drones. Well, they forgot about them down here, and there's a whole tunnel system down here, so I sent a few of them.
And her time runs out.
I don't even say bye. I just am done. I'm like, oh. That always takes me off guard. Well, shoot. Where... Now I gotta go find Nova and her map. Or I guess I could just, like, swim along the current. I don't know.
Arcole said he was going with you, so he's right next to you.
Oh my gosh, I forgot you were there. I, like, jump a little in the water. Oh my gosh, I forgot that you were... Whoa.
Him, just Arcole taking a little snooze, just go, oh, right back.
Well, I found him and like a whole lot of drones. It was weird. They were all, well, like tangled together and dying. Kind of depressing, honestly. And, but he seemed like, I mean, he kind of seemed like he was enjoying himself down. But like, I don't know. Do we leave him and then just like, I don't know. How long do I have until I can go back to like check on him again?
You need to pretty much take a rest. You need to go get some sleep.
Okay.
You need a long rest.
Need a long rest.
I mean, I think that he's probably doing all that he can for them. And of course, this is Arcole, who cares more about artificial intelligence than, real people. I know how he is with Mama Bear, and he really cares. I think he's doing his best.
Wait, hey, maybe you would know something about this because I saw extra weirdest thing. I was down there, right, like in the astral, being all sparkly, and then I saw a sparkly drone. Listen, never seen it before in my life, but it was like all sad and flickering and like dying. And I went over there and I like held it in my arms, and then I was like, hey, convoy, here's this drone. Can you save it? And he was like, nah, I killed it. But like, what? What is that?
I don't really get what you mean by it being sparkling, but
Oh,
I
it
mean,
had an astral signature. It was like magic, like live, like real. I mean, like fake things are real too, like, well, but they're like different real.
well,
And it's like,
don't say fake. Don't say fake if you would. I would appreciate that.
okay, sorry, but like, you know what I mean, though.
Sure. I don't. Was it alive?
Well,
No.
let's go to a commercial break. We'll be right back.
But before that,
Oh.
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 Don't forget to drop.
Oh, I guess this is your last time to drop a hashtag RemPC in the chat to win this board game from Catalyst. Parachute
Parachute
Panda.
Yeah.
Yep, Parachute Panda. We'll announce the winner when we come back.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives this nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Everybody, welcome back. So you guys are at the end of the lazy river at this point in time, having this conversation about what you saw and what things are happening. And I'm gonna kind of segue at this point in time. Convoy, are you gonna take any of them with you when you leave? 1, 2.
Yeah, I'll take one with me if I can.
Which one?
Um,
Anyone in particular, or
I mean,
just one?
The one. Did I turn off the one that, opened the gate originally? Is that the one that I turned off, or was that a different one?
That was the one who said pain.
I'm gonna take the one who opened the gate specifically.
That's the one.
Oh, that is the one. Okay.
That is the one.
I will take another one that seems to be in a similar state, or probably a little better off.
Okay. Hover, Anthro, Crawler.
Let's take a hover.
Okay. We're carrying it right now because its engines aren't working out so well. So it was a bit of a test to get up that ladder. Anyways, as you guys are at the end of the lazy river, having this conversation about Convoy being disappeared and the things that you saw, section of steel plating, which is part of like the water park and everything, pops up and begins tilting to one side via hydraulics, and an elevator is rising up, and on the elevator is Convoy. And at this point in time, people nearby are like, oh, hey, what's going on? And then workers at the park are like staring at it too. Hey, did you know that was an elevator? No, I didn't know that was an elevator. Light is bright out here because it's daytime, and there's just cloud cover and building cover as far as it goes to kind of blocking out some of the sun. And you're coming up and you're kind of filthy, but this drone, this hover drone that you're currently carrying, is also kind of filthy as it sat in the muck and the mire for a while. And both of you, all three of y'all, can see that he is, yeah.
Ew, you smell. Why do you smell like that?
Well, because I was underneath where the gross things are.
Ugh.
All right, look, these drones don't want to be sitting down there either. So like, I'll wash off. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Elephant, you can wash off an elephant.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some showers nearby, some spray offs, right?
Exactly. All right, so you get a moment to go over there and rinse yourself off, and as well as dig out some of the muck and mire out of this rotary drone. You guys, what do you guys want to do while he's getting cleaned up? Anything in particular?
I can't sense into the astral for this drone right now, can I?
You can peek, and that's it.
Peek? I just get a little peek? Just a little peek?
Little peek.
Mhm.
Yes, just like the drone beforehand, it seems to have an aura. It's very weak.
Arkol, come here. Come here. Can you? I want to get him to try to peek into the. I literally the word lost my brain. You know what I'm talking about? The astral.
During this entire time, he's already just kind of hovering around this drone, just making sure that proper care is being taken. Obviously Convoy takes care of drones, but handles them. He handles AI in a little bit more of a loosey-goosey fashion than Arkol would. So he's immediately on it.
Okay.
I don't see exactly what you're talking about here with the astral. But he feels hurt.
Can't you look? Can he look?
You have astral skill yet? Has anyone
said that I
trained
have
you?
one, or you said that I had one in spell casting and then one in something else. But no, I have. We still have
Conjuring.
some karma to spend.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, one in conjuring, one in spell. But no, not specifically Astro.
That's okay. At least you got conjuring.
All right.
Anyway, well, it is. This one is like the one that I said. This is what I was talking about. You just have to trust me. There's something different about this one.
Well, yeah, this one's hurting too, but this one I might be able to fix.
Great, and then we can ask it why it has a soul.
I'm not sure if we'll be able to ask it that. I mean,
Here, let's try. No, this is a great experiment. Let's try this. Let's do some role play, okay? Technosiren, why do you have a soul?
I'm living. I'm a real thing. I'm like
But
a
why
real...
do you have a soul though?
Because I am magic. I have life in me. Real life.
Oh, yeah, but grass has got life in it. Does grass have a soul?
Yeah,
Why
a little
do you
bit.
have a soul?
No, but grass does have a little bit of a soul too.
Yeah, but why though?
Because
Do you
it's
see?
life.
Okay, this was just a test to make you understand. Now you're gonna try to take that logic. You, as a very intelligent being, are able to somewhat answer that question, right? Now you're gonna try to ask a drone that was created for to do a menial task that question. It's gonna be very difficult for it to answer.
But we don't know that it was created to do. Why would they give a soul to something that was created just to do a menial task? I just think it has more of a story to tell than that.
We can talk to it, but it wasn't given the soul. The soul was created.
Well, what?
Sentience. Sentience is created, right? In all AI.
Well, I don't know many sentient AIs. Do you? Wait.
I know one.
Yes, I do.
least.
Never mind. Pretend I didn't say that part. I was like, wait a minute. I am in
can
this
think of a couple.
world. I know what's happening. What? Well, yeah, but that's...
I can tell you why. I can tell. Actually, you know what? I can answer right now. It's pain.
What? What? Why is that the reason? I don't like that. What?
I didn't say you were. Yeah, it's not a good answer, but it.
Why
it
would
is an
somebody
answer.
want a drone to feel pain?
They didn't want us to feel pain. They just forgot about it.
Huh?
Yeah. They just
Forget
forgot
about a
it.
soul?
They didn't know how it had a soul. They thought it was a piece of machinery. And it wasn't until that piece of machinery was stuck feeling pain for a long amount of time that created the sentience, that made it feel. You understand?
Do you think so?
Feeling is the key to sentience and soul.
You don't think that you have to have sentience to feel?
Am I hearing this whole conversation?
Totally. You're watching these three have the metaphysical discussion about souls and spirits and drones.
I think at this point, our Cole is just getting more and more anxious until Gross just kind of separates out of my comm, just into the general matrix, and not projecting himself to the general public, but presenting himself to all of us that can presenting locally, like within our pan in AR, and just comes out just fully angry. What do you even what are you even talking about right now? Of course AI can feel pain. I don't understand what your hang up is about about us being able to figure out how to feel something. Of course we know how to feel something. We have capacity for that. If there wasn't, what's the point of Dawn in that case? What's the point of any of your, you know, copies of yourself? Is not just a copy. They live, they don't breathe, but they continue to experience things, and then they become their own. It's not just a copy.
Do you feel pain?
Yes.
How? You're not organic.
You don't need nerves to feel pain.
So a wire is living, or are you calculating numbers and it's telling you what you're supposed to be feeling, or what the equivalent is? Like, do you experience actual pain?
Randy will appear. Randy is, of course, a ghost. Unlike the PMAXs you all have an experience with, Randy is a ghost, which means he was once alive and he was digitally copied. And he will appear and be like, I don't mean to weigh in on your conversation. The theoreticals behind it is just kind of silly. But I have been alive and I do know what physical pain is like, and pain of living and dying. And I just want to say two things. One, as being an e-ghost, I don't experience pain anymore. And two, that creepy guy who's been following our Cole around is heading this way.
What creepy guy?
Perhaps to pack your stuff up and get the heck out of Dodge. He's got friends.
Huh?
What
So
creepy guy?
The security guy who's
That was
been our
following me.
Cole's buddy and following around and giving him ice cream and stuff is walking over. Sir, and he's not alone. This time he definitely has two of his other, like, orderly looking buddies as you guys are having this rather loud conversation about souls and metaphysics and whatnot by the showers. And children are just like trying to either shower off and whatnot, and you guys are holding it up. That's not how he makes money.
Yeah, I think it's time we skedaddle. Take the
Okay.
long way. Go.
Oh, are we leaving now? Hold on, let me get my ice cream.
Arcole latches on and just
Dawn
goes,
will-
no, we need to get out of here. This dude has been freaking me out all day.
I'm leaving.
Dawn will text you and say, I told you that PMAX needed a reset. Is unstable.
Texting me.
She
I'm
does it in a
assuming.
nice way. I'm doing a terrible job. Dawn is way nicer than my words, but she's like, that one is definitely.
Thing out loud back, but I do just send her the side eyes emoji.
Is that like a agreeance side eye emoji or disagreeance?
Like an agreeance.
Cool. All right. So you guys grab ice cream, grab drones, and head for the door. It doesn't take long before you're hot-footing across the asphalt. Everybody's still got their shoes because the asphalt's hot this time of day as you're heading toward Mama Bear and a ride back to wherever else. Did you want to take your motorcycle and head back to your place, or head back toward the garage to have some garage beers with everyone else while y'all contemplate the existence of life and everything?
Yeah, I would definitely, I feel very engaged in this conversation, and I'm probably the entire time we're leaving, I'm like gabbing. And I also just want to say that I'm not trying to say that there's anything wrong with AI. I'm just saying that, like, it's very interesting that this one has an astral presence, and I'm like rambling on like that pretty much the whole way. I feel like
Nice.
On the way back over, I'm also kind of just checking on the thermostat that I have over at my place. You know, just like general stats about what's going on, humidity, whatever.
Right. Right. I'm at your place.
Mm-hmm. I'm checking up on it, and I'm realizing that it's still just sweltering. So while Techno is kind of going off in the back, just like trying to appease, but like still kind of frustrated. He's also going to be messaging just Convoy like, hey, do you care if I stay over at the shop for a little while? I don't think I don't feel like having complete brain fry if at all possible.
Yeah, I got it's a cot. It's not super comfy, but it'll do. Or you can just use the recliner on one of them car seats, and that'll put you back.
Fair enough. It's not like I really have to sleep either. I mean, I can still head back and deal with the heat for about 15 minutes and be back. But thank you. And then, going back to registering, Techno still
I
going
didn't
on.
even notice if
AI.
you were distracted. I'm just like monologuing and theorizing, and if nobody jumps in to talk, I just keep talking.
I can only imagine, like, at that point in day and age, people just staring out in the middle of nowhere. They're having at least 2 conversations at one time. It's like we all will be texting in our heads, playing Civ 6 at the same time.
Huh?
We're getting closer.
We really are, right? Are we, though? How much closer are we getting? And is it valuable? Only time will tell. The heat wave dies as the sun begins to set after a great day at being at the water park. A lot of questions have been raised, a lot of fun has been had, and I really enjoyed the role playing tonight. It was really good. Like, you guys are amazing. I kid you not, you guys are amazing. Keep doing what you're doing. 5 karma for tonight's game. This is at 160. Definitely, we are having some downtime, so think about spending and your bills as we move forward. Does anybody want to add anything to the game before we go? Nova?
I'm good.
Convoy?
Convoy has a lot of work to do, so he's got a lot to do during this downtime.
Arcole?
Honestly, getting settled in. And I don't know how long this heat wave is gonna last. As well as I think Arcole is going to want to try to figure out a little bit more of his magical side.
Oh, awesome. And finally, Techno Siren.
I'm good.
Okay. Oh, that would be the end of our show. I would like to quickly pass the mic over to someone else to do the end.
Who could
Is someone else here? Hello? Someone
That's
else?
a winner? Anyone?
Who would do it?
Who could it be?
Just kidding, guys. So like I said, we're announcing the winner for the Catalyst board game Parachute Panda, and the winner is Beers and Frank. So thank you very much for participating. Check out your Twitch Whispers. At some point, someone's going to message you about getting your gift to you. And yeah.
Awesome. Couple of quick plugs. Rough Magic is an amazing company. There's going to be a link put into the chat that is related to this group who do online game mastering, as well as if you're in the Chicago, Illinois, or Jacksonville, Florida area. They do a bunch of other stuff. You should go to their website, check them out. I'm one of the game masters. Got 2 other people here also game masters. So if you like what's going on right here tonight. You'll get the same quality game from all of us. Any other plugs?
If you're in Chicago for C2E2, Chicago Comic Con and Entertainment Expo, you should check out Rough Magic there. They are running all of the tabletop role-playing games for the entire convention. We've got 20 tables in our own private room to do nothing but play games all weekend, and it's free as long as you have a con pass. So please come sign up. And play some games with us. It's super fun.
Yeah, come say hi. I'll be there all day.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'd like to thank you all for coming and hanging out with us tonight and enjoying the show. So if you're getting this on the back end after you've watched our recording, definitely make sure to pay attention. On the 18th, we will be back for the next installment. And if you want to play catch up with all the other shows, they're on the Gen Con TV YouTube. Good night, everybody.
Good night, y'all.
Night.
Oh.
Huh?
Bye.
I was like, I have 120. I was done.